Hello, chat. How are we doing today? And welcome back to another lovely stream. Let's make me a little bigger, just for the time being. How is everyone doing today? Cloud Drive First Class, thank you so much for the tier 1, brother. So glad to see everyone in chat. New Banana, Black Lion Guard. Versus 13 Epic, hello. I hope everyone is doing well. We got some, we got some things to discuss before we play more Final Fantasy 15 today. 38 months, bro. I know, dude. You've been carrying. Thank you so fucking much. The FF9R situation is something I expected by now, but that doesn't stop me from being pissed. Yeah. Unfortunately, we got some really bad news for Final Fantasy fans, and we got some really decent news, I think, for Kingdom Hearts fans. So it's kind of a win-lose, lose-win situation happening today. One thing is really terrible, and one thing is potentially okay. Kingdom Hearts 4 may be coming next year. So, do you believe the KH4 worlds are all being live action rumors, or think that's false? Yeah, that was started by a user named Ultima, and he posts those type of fake rumors all the time. Not maliciously, they're like a shit post basically. So but every time I start reading it, and then I'm like, oh wait, it's that guy. He is pulling my fucking chain. That rumor is fake. It's just Ultima fucking around. I know it is. Yeah. Didn't Alex Donaldson hit in KH4 next year? Did he? If you could send me the link for that. But that would be cool. That would be 5 years since on Reset Era. Okay. When did that happen? I missed that entirely. The fuck? But I believe it. I mean, it'll be 5 years out from the game's announcement. And also, like, since you a bit ago through our, I'll go through our DM. Oh, okay. Maybe I fucking am just forgetting. But, yeah, I think KH4 next year makes sense, right? I think it makes sense. But also, if Square doesn't have a big new original game soon, and I'm not talking about a fucking remake of something, or like a remaster, or a port, I'm talking about like an actual brand new video game. It's kind of been a minute, right? Like, Square Enix won like Metacritic's Publisher of the Year, which sounds great until you realize that one, that award is given away for someone who has the highest reviewed games on Metacritic for that year. But then two, you realize that they won it because they just put out a bunch of remasters. And that's how they got the Publisher Award. Because it was all remasters, and those all reviewed really well, and re-releases and ports. And so, of course, you know. Dell, thank you so much for the tier 1, brother. FF9 canceled. I'm gonna go ahead and say yes, to be honest. I think it's just canceled. Like, I think that the on ice expression is just beating around the bush. I think if they've suspended development, the chance that it's canceled is pretty high. Because, I mean, okay. So suppose they have like a functioning build of the game, or a build that's workable that they can fix up. Why wouldn't they be pushing toward release? Right? Why wouldn't they? The only reason I can think of is that they just don't have any confidence in the FF9 remake they created. And that is why it's stalling. Because remember, A lot of the rumors had indicated that this was basically a finished game, and the leaks also corroborated with this information because the leaks had said that there were pre-order bonuses in the fucking Epic Games store database. Okay, let's go ahead and get into it proper. Let me open up the thing because this is going to be quite a gnarly one, chat. You're not going to like this one. Unless you hate Final Fantasy IX or you hate Final Fantasy in general, then you might like it. But then why are you here? You're just here to hate, which is kind of based, actually. Fucking blame it. Spend your time hating shit on the internet, bro. That's where shit's really at. That's where it's really at, bros. Okay, so Final Fantasy IX Remake has been rumored for a long time now. Actually, I shouldn't say rumored. Final Fantasy IX I can't talk. Final Fantasy IX Remake leaked a few years back. It leaked from the NVIDIA's database, and then it leaked again from Epic Game Store's database. This is an important distinction because a lot of people, when we talk about this game, just say, oh, it's a rumor. It was never officially confirmed. It is true to say that it is not officially confirmed. It is not wholly true to say that Final Fantasy IX Remake was just a rumor. The existence of this game was not someone on 4chan being like, I worked on the Final Fantasy IX Remake. My uncle works at Square Enix. No, that's not what happened. This leaked from two separate databases. There are rumors that have followed the Final Fantasy IX Remake leaks. However, again, this is something that has leaked from an actual legitimate database. So we know that this project has, or maybe had, existed at some point. Unfortunately, it is looking more and more like that is past tense. I'm sorry to say, things are just not looking good. So previously, Nate the Hate had said that Final Fantasy IX Remake is on ice, right? And he said he heard that from one person. He wasn't exactly sure if it was going to, he wasn't exactly sure how true that was at the time. But now it seems that he's heard a little bit more about it. So, article here from GameRanks. Oh, Imaginator, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank goodness for Moguri Mod. Yeah, I mean, with Moguri Mod, you can always play this game in HD with the highest fidelity, and you can get a whole ton of quality of life additions, including speeding up the combat and all kinds of other, small problems people have with FF9, and you could smooth those things out, and as well as HD backgrounds, all kinds of good stuff. So anyway, here's what the article says from GameRanks.com. He addressed the fan question as part of his latest podcast. For those who don't remember, Square Enix has not announced such a remake, but rumors about it have been around since 2023. There are more recent rumors that the game was canceled as part of the 3-year plan for restructuring last year. At the time, Nate said he heard it was still in development, but today he sings a different tune. Nate said this. So the last update I had on it was that the game is still on ice. Now, on ice with Square Enix mean they could return to it one day. But as far as I've heard, there's been no new movement with it. But hopefully, one day Square Enix returns to it, and we may see a Final Fantasy IX remake come to light. So that's really not good. That's kind of awful, actually. That's kind of a bad sign for the series overall. List of reasons why this might be happening. One, something like Final Fantasy VII Remake happened where they outsourced it to a different team, which from what we've heard, that seems to be the case. And when they pulled it back in, they didn't like the build that they got. Two, for whatever financial reason, whatever is going on with Final Fantasy, they just basically decided that, hey, we don't want to spend money on this right now. We're going to cut our losses. There's also a third possibility here that it's a mix of both. It's a mix of maybe they got the build back, they didn't like it, and then they didn't want to spend any further money fixing it. It can be all of those different things together. They don't have to be mutually exclusive. But in either case, this is really bad. This is just really bad. Final Fantasy has just so much bad luck and just bad things happening. Because this wasn't the case with, say, Dragon Quest VII Reimagined, and it hasn't been the case with anything else Dragon Quest, but for Final Fantasy IX, it just seems to be like it's just not meant to be for the game to get a remake, unfortunately. We need an FF9 live action Netflix adaptation instead. Well, bear in mind, we are still getting the Final Fantasy IX animated series. And it's pretty obvious that this game here was meant to tie into that. It was meant to be that, oh, you can play the Final Fantasy IX remake and you can go watch the new Final Fantasy IX animated. It's like a sequel. So you can watch this sequel and play the remake alongside of it. Unfortunately, that is just not going to be the case now, but you'll still be able to watch the sequel anime, which is mostly going to be targeted toward kids. It's kind of like in the 8 to 13 target demographic. Of course, that doesn't mean that you, as an adult, can't watch it. In fact, I suspect that this kid show will have a majority of 30-year-olds watching it, considering. But yeah, it is never a good thing for major Final Fantasy projects to be canceled or to be put on ice. Because one thing that you also have to think about is that the releasing one thing you have to think about is that the release pacing of Final Fantasy games is now going to be thrown off, right? So this was meant to fill part of that schedule to keep you plugged in with good Final Fantasy content. And now there is essentially going to be a hole in between this and the next major Final Fantasy thing, which we can only assume is going to be Final Fantasy 17. I mean, aside from Final Fantasy 14, like 8.0. So I don't want to say we're cooked, but there is definitely hot oil in the skillet. Like it's starting to feel a little hot. I could see little bubbles popping. It's not looking great. I don't. Obviously, this doesn't mean like, oh, franchise over. You know, as he says, this is still something that Square Enix could potentially revisit someday. So maybe we'll come back to this and they'll release it. But then I also think too, are they really going to let like a finished build or maybe near finished build of the game just sit there for a really long time and not invest the money in fixing it up? And then by that point, they may just they may just decide to just like delete the whole thing and start over because it's just been sitting there for so long and they feel like, oh, it's not the best we can release right now. I'm just really curious about what would make them put it on ice. What would make them not release this? This seems like a very safe bet. this seems like something that would have pretty good success. Like, I can't imagine less people than Final Fantasy VII Rebirth or Final Fantasy 16 buying Final Fantasy 9 Remake. Especially if this is still a turn-based game, especially if it's still kind of the things that people would want from a Final Fantasy 9 Remake, then I only can imagine that most people probably, most Final Fantasy fans probably would have bought it, even those who haven't really been connected to the series for a really long time, I feel like would have actually purchased this remake. And of course, I am kind of assuming that, you know, based on everything, it would be something closer to, it'd be something closer to, say, what people expect of a remake rather than Final Fantasy VII. And that's not like a slight at like Final Fantasy VII. It's just to say that FF7R is definitely not, let's say, in the traditional sense of the word remake in a lot of ways. And everything we kind of heard about Final Fantasy IX Remake suggested that it was a lot more purist in mind. I imagine it was going to be turn-based, one game. Those were the sort of things that were coming out. Now, bear in mind, those details are the rumor part. So that's the part that we may not know for sure. Yeah, 7 is a completely different series at this point. That not will guarantee the potential success of a potential FF9 remake. Yeah, 7 is like very much its own independent series at this point. I mean, it could be that they're starting to look at the state of the games and they want to put out more critically. They're raising their standards, so on ice until they get it right. Starbucks, that's actually a great point. And if that's the reason that they're putting it on ice, and I actually somewhat suspect that it is something along those lines, I think that they did not believe in the quality of what they were putting out with this. I think that's 100% the case. I think that they didn't have faith in what they were making and they didn't feel confident about it. And because this game, remember, and this is according to the rumor part, so this may not be the actual confirmed stuff. But according to the rumors that had come out, this was by an outsourced company, right? And the quality of outsourcing may always vary. You never know exactly what you're going to get back, and the quality control is not quite as tight as when you do it in-house. Yeah, the rumor was it was the group who did the Trials of Mana remake. Yeah. So, and I feel like that makes sense for Final Fantasy IX as well. And it's clear that Creative Studio 1 and 3, which are the main Final Fantasy teams, they are just way too busy to have been working on this. So I know it was going to be outsourced. But also, too, you know, remakes like Dragon Quest VII, for example, are outsourced. Hell, even Final Fantasy VII Remake at one point. People forget that FF7R was going to be outsourced to CyberConnect 2, which in hindsight is like, yo, what the actual fuck were you guys thinking outsourcing Final Fantasy VII Remake, one of the most sensitive video game projects ever in the company's history, to CyberConnect 2? Unbelievable L. Just like a terrible decision for so many reasons. And that's not even to like disrespect CyberConnect 2 in that way, but it is just to say that like Dog, it's Final Fantasy VII Remake. It is like the most like game that nobody else should be able to make in the industry ever. And someone else should not have been touching that for sure. That definitely has to be handled in house. So, but it also makes me a little sad too because obviously, the kind of price of Final Fantasy VII Remake being developed in house is that we definitely lost a lot with Final Fantasy 17 and 18. It's easier to see the ball have been rolling a lot faster if Creative Studio 1 was free to have been working on that in-house, and then the Final Fantasy VII Remake games were outsourced. That would have been nice. Unfortunately, that's not what happened, and they had to pull FF7R back in-house. CC2 worked on the G-Byte game, and their animation quality is above like everyone else. But SC, so yeah, I get it. But yeah. Again, I want to be clear. I'm not saying like Cyber Connect 2 is like shit, but like Final Fantasy VII Remake, you got to think about it, right? Think about it pre FF7R. It's like, how many companies would you trust to remake Final Fantasy VII? But I can't even name, like I can't really think of too many developers I would trust to remake Final Fantasy VII. So, Robert Smith, thank you so much for this super chat. How does FF9 get suspended? Just give us updates of our beloved games of the past. We beg for FF6 and Chrono Trigger. SE could print Monday. It's really difficult to imagine a remake project going that badly to have something like this happen. Dude, I genuinely just don't know. It's crazy. I can't even think of like what could have possibly went wrong. Knowing Square, they will try to use UE5 for their next game after part 3 just to spend money and time they don't have again. I'm sure 17 will use UE5, if not like a custom engine again, but it'll probably use UE5. But I think that UE5's reputation has just been so tainted that people are looking at UE4, 3 and 4 and are like, yeah, that was better. And in some ways, that might be true. Reverse Solwell, I don't know why people still think it was bad. It depends on how you define bad. I don't think it sold bad objectively, but relatively, and to like what Square Enix's expectations were and like what they needed it to do, it probably did not cross the threshold that it needed to. Or at least according to Square, that is. But I don't think it like completely shit the bed. Square's expectations need a major reality check. Holy fuck. Okay. So here's the thing about Square's expectations and like about like expectations in general. Because I think that there's a lot of misunderstanding about expectations and like corporate expectations and that sort of thing. So let me kind of explain on this. But basically, it is not as though they set like an artificially high number, and then when the game does not achieve that artificially high number, they're like, well, the game didn't do what we expected, so it's shit. We're doing awful. That's not the way that any publicly traded company tends to operate. They want their expectations to be in line usually, and they want to be able to report that the game beat their expectations. No company No publicly traded company. I'm going to say this many times because Final Fantasy fans don't understand this. No publicly traded company wants to say that their game did not meet expectations. If anything, bear in mind this is kind of illegal to do. You're not supposed to do this. But like, if they could, they would lie and say that it blew up their expectations. It has done the best that anything has ever done ever. The reason you do this is because of your stock price. It does not benefit you at all to say a game did not meet your expectations. In fact, it actively hurts you to say that a game did not meet your expectations. The reason is because, again, the stock market, you're trying to bet on the best performer. The best performer is not the guy saying such and such did not meet expectations. It's the person, or you want it to be the person, who is talking about their strengths and how everything, and I mean everything, that they can possibly turn into a W, that they can possibly spin into a victory, they will, because that looks good for the shareholders. So if a game did not meet their expectations, it's the truth. It is like the truth because they would not say it otherwise. They would not go out there and say the thing didn't do the thing that we wanted it to under a false pretense, because that would literally be actively bad for them. So it is never the case that they're just writing some big number on the board and saying it needs to hit this, and then saying, well, it didn't hit like our magic number of 80 million, and so unfortunately is garbage. I know like a lot of fans think about this, but don't think about it from, you know, a fandom perspective. Think about this from a publicly traded company perspective. No one says, I'm a fucking loser, please bet millions of dollars on me. no one wants to say that. No one wants to report that. And corporations do everything in their goddamn power to spin something as a victory if they possibly can. And also, yes, as Skylian says, and as I was trying to reference earlier, lying about your earnings is illegal either way. So you can't really go out there and lie about it for any reasons. Because then you're manipulating the stock market, which would put the CEO in prison. So when companies do report these things, something meeting expectations, something not meeting expectations, it's the truth. So they should be quiet. I don't know if they should be. I don't know if being quiet is the right thing to do, because when you look at publishers like Capcom and CD Projekt Red, they're pretty transparent about their sales. But I also think it's fairly obvious that Square is not transparent about sales because there's just not much good information to share. That's generally what it is, right? Like, with all the discussions like around like say like Final Fantasy 16 sales, the reason there is no sales update is because, again, they don't have anything that they can spin as a W. And that's just all there is to it. Like, if they had something that was a victory, they would talk about it because that raises the value of the company and that raises their stock price. There is the strategy of getting bad publicity to lower the stock market, all in order for the company to buy back its own stock on the lower end. Yes, although I don't think that's what's happening. And also they're dealing with 3D investment partners who are already doing that on their behalf. 3D investment partners is, for those who don't know, a Singaporean based firm who has more or less been doing a hostile takeover of Square Enix. So, at its best, it's probably sales are all right, and that doesn't raise stock. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They probably made more money than they spent on, say, Rebirth or 16, but probably not a profoundly large amount. And so that was probably not really that good for them. All of this is to say, all this is to say that it's very possible that those things are also impacting Final Fantasy IX Remake. And I think that outside of 7R, they may want to heavily consider what they do with future Final Fantasy releases. And that can also impact, or could also, maybe that explains why Final Fantasy IX Remake is on ice, right? Maybe that's why they held it back, because they do want to consider these things and they do want to approach the next Final Fantasy release with a great deal more of caution. I imagine right now in Square Enix, they are like heavily considering what to do with the next FF and like all future Final Fantasy releases from here on out. It sucks though because it means that there's going to be quite a bit of silence for us. Um, if I was to make a big swing, just to take here, I don't know if this is true or not. I'm not basing it on too much, other than a Yoshi P quote where he was basically saying that yeah, the next Final Fantasy, which is 17, obviously, is in development, and Yoshi P essentially said that the whole company is weighing in on what to do with 17. Well, that kind of makes me think that 17 was definitely impacted by where 16 ended off in terms of sales, in terms of impact. And so I think that 17 probably has also seen an internal delay based on this information. I don't know like 100% sure if that's the case. I don't know if they're like, gonna change anything drastic about it. They might. But considering Yoshi P said that everyone in the company is giving their input to 17 and they're all trying to figure it out, that means that they realize how big of a deal FF17 was. Again, this goes back to the Tabata at GDC quote that I've played multiple times in videos now. But you guys need to keep this in mind because this is like the most important bit of information, I think, that like kind of came out about Final Fantasy for like probably like the most important bit of information in the past decade that was dropped, because it kind of tells us a lot. They were projecting under 5 million for Final Fantasy 15. And remember, under 5 million meant the brand was diminished and endangered. Right? And so currently we have Final Fantasy 16 sitting probably at under 5 million, right? Because they haven't posted 5 million or more. Right? And so if under 5 million is the danger zone for the series, and we kind of hit that twice over technically with Rebirth and 16, especially with 16 that didn't have like a first game attached to it. It's not a follow-up to anything. So it having a sequel fall off isn't as explainable as we've seen with like 10.2, 13.2, and Lightning Returns, and now Rebirth. It's not to say I don't think there will be a 17. Obviously, there will be. Yoshi P has already basically confirmed it. But it is quite clear that FF17, they are going to be very fucking careful. Very careful. And they are basically going to consider everything before they release it. And I think that consideration for the brand is what led Final Fantasy IX Remake to be on ice in some way. Imagine a new rumor saying FF9 Remake is canceled. People get mad at Square Enix, then it turns out they never started the project in the first place. No, this got pretty late into development. The pre-order bonuses even leaked. That's how late into development this got. So again, one last time, FF9 Remake is not a rumor, it's a leak. There's a difference between those two. A rumor is just something someone said. Watergate is a leak. You understand what I'm saying? Like, that's the difference. A leak is not like some guy on a leak is not like some guy on 4chan said it. My uncle works for Nintendo. This is a database leak that happened from an exploit. This is like a hack, essentially, that made this information public. It's not. There have been rumors about FF9 Remake that have happened after that. Yeah. Yeah, a leak is backed by evidence. This is not like a bunch of journalists like somehow group delusioning this game together, right? Like collective delusion. Collectively like making this game up through a game of telephone. A database leak is a lot different than that, right? That makes me think 17 is going to be super safe and stale. I hope not. But here's the thing, though. What is stale and safe anymore for Final Fantasy? I don't even know. I don't think there are any stale or safe options, even if they wanted them to be. Because what the fuck does that even look like for FF? I don't know. Because even going back to turn-based is a pretty bold move, right? And maybe it's a hot take, but I think they already played it majorly fucking safe with Final Fantasy 16. 16 was like the safest thing ever. Yeah, it was. It was the safest possible game that they can make. And before anyone challenges me on that, they've more or less admitted that it was the safest thing that they could make. They went with action because they decided that that was safer. They wanted to be influenced by Game of Thrones because Game of Thrones is a popular thing. Everything they did was safe. Budget-wise, I disagree. No, the budget was actually part of making it a safe AAA game. Like, or why it was safe in the first place is because of the budget. Yeah, I know 16 plays like a Sony AAA game. If that's not safe, I don't know what it is. Yeah. It was like the safest. And I understand what people are saying. It's not safe for Final Fantasy fans, but it is safe for the industry and industry trends, like 100%. It was the safest. It being M-rated wasn't safe. I don't agree at all. I don't agree. That's like barely. That's not that unsafe. That's like barely unsafe. Again, it was maybe risky for Final Fantasy, but it's not risky for the general AAA gaming scene. Yeah, it was not, yeah. It was safe for the broader audience, but risky for core fans, right? And the M rating was more about the Western audience appeal anyway, because Square makes way more money from the West anyways, because nowadays more people in the West play console games. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think it can be. Yeah, I think 16 was their best bet at being safe in terms of like, here's what like a AAA game looks like nowadays. It's a third person Sony narrative game. And I think they did that. So I don't know. I don't know what safe looks like anymore for Final Fantasy, because 16 was a pretty safe bet as far as like AAA goes. NSP controversial question. Why can Western RPGs show degenerate stuff, but Japanese games cannot? Because of Japan, actually. Zero censors most Japanese games from having overt sexuality in them and all kinds of other stuff. And so, unfortunately, most of Japanese games are censored by their own ratings board, and they aren't able to release a lot of things like that. In fact, a lot of Western games also get censored in Japan. They remove all of that stuff typically, or they censor it sometimes in Japan. Um, yeah, I believe BG3 is. Cyberpunk 2077 is definitely censored in Japan. Yeah, yeah. Japan censors a lot of its own creatives, actually. The Zero censors a lot of them, actually. So it's just an unfortunate situation. Once you get past the Twitter discourse on that and you realize that like most Japanese censorship is because of Zero and not because of uh like, oh, Western is like or Western people are coming in like making them censor the games, or they're trying to censor stuff for Western appeal. Nah, it's like 90% Zero, bro. Subtext. Thank you for the super chat, bro. The rating shouldn't define the tone of the content. I always forget Persona 5 was M-rated, but I get it. It feels mostly teen though. It's also an example of why I think FF shouldn't fear M ratings. Actually, I think the whole reason that Persona is M-rated is purely because of Mara. And I love that like they literally take the M rating purely because they refuse to not put a giant sausage, let's say, on screen. I think that is so awesome. Yeah. I think that's like so awesome, right? And it's like it's really funny too, because um it's strange that for Japan that's like a T-rated thing, but then you can't show any scenes depicting sex because that automatically makes it adults only in Japan. And if you know anything about like our equivalent of the AO rating, that means that you can't like sell it at the Japan equivalent of a GameStop or an EB Games or a Walmart or something like that, which is really bad for sales. And so, yeah, so it's like really weird. Because for them, that still qualifies as their equivalent of a teen rating. For us, it's an M rating. But then everything else that we would consider an M rated would be like, in Japan, it'd be like, you have to censor it. Very strange. I don't think FF has to get the. I think it's fine if FF stays with the T rating in the West, but actually in Japan, I think they should move to Zero D. I know that sounds crazy, but because of the censorship threshold being higher in Japan, with Zero, they should technically move the game to Zero D in Japan, and then they could actually still keep it T rated um, in the US and in Europe. I still think you can have an M-rated game and it could still feel teen. With 16, they just ran with being mature in every way. Yeah, it's funny. Let me see. Why is this thing so finicky? Hold on. I hate the way OBS is just cracking out on me. Give me one sec. God damn. Yeah, no. So the difference between remake and intermission in the use of blood. Um, so the thing is that you can have some blood, but you can't have pools of blood, and this is why they couldn't do the blood trail, right? Like when you have a pool of blood, that qualifies as gore, and that's gonna be a violation. But that's actually probably a bigger deal for Zero than it is for the ESRB. The ESRB is not nearly as ridiculous. They censor violence, not sex appeal. That's not wholly true. Um, Go look at Pyra and Mithra being added to Smash Bros. They literally censored the the characters' legs and made them wear leggings. So that's like factually not true that they don't censor sex appeal. The fact that I was able to think of that off the top of my head. And there are many other cases with that as well. Many other cases. So, um, yeah. Not gonna lie, Pyra and Mithra Smash designs feel more complete, so it's the one time I don't mind it. I do too. Yeah, Mithra's leggings are a Zero thing, right? Yeah, so it's not like, yeah, saying that they don't censor it is just factually wrong. Um, NSP Gooner certified. Brother, I'm like the biggest Gooner ever. That would have but they censor a lot of sexual stuff too, which is funny to me. People think that Japan has a more liberal view on sexuality, but it doesn't seem that no, they don't. I wouldn't say that. I would say the West probably has a more liberal view of it. But it also depends on what you define as like a liberal view, right? Cuz like uh because there are some things that they do that would be in Western cultures like, oh, we'd never do that. But then we'd also do like all these other things, and then they look at us and be like, oh, that's a way liberal view. So um, I don't really know how you can really equate it because it's tough. Because one man's liberal view is another man's conservative view. One man's conservative view is another man's liberal view. Right? Those axes kind of change when depending on what you're talking about. I would generally say that they're more conservative on stuff from our perspective of conservative. Um so yeah, I think that they would say that we're like the far more liberal ones on that, right? Um Japan gets way too much praise for not censoring stuff when they do absolutely do censor their own work. I mean, yeah, quite a lot actually, and people don't know about it, or it's not talked about. But because it's not talked about, because it's not a good social media grift. You know, it's not something that you can really drive clicks with to have people talk about. It's not something that has um the same type of outrage to it. It doesn't like really create a narrative about anything. And that's usually the truth in most cases. The truth in most cases is that there isn't a fucking narrative. There isn't like a it's not usually what people think it is. The things that are actually going on in reality. And there's not really like that type of point to be made. And so whenever you can't make those types of points, people just aren't interested in you know. And this is something, you know, whenever I make like a or anyone really makes like a really quippy reply on Twitter, or you make something that's like on any end of an extreme, it gets a ton of upvoting, right? But whenever you give like a really nuanced opinion, or whenever you give like an insightful analysis of something, or you have something that is actually profound to say, it will get no fucking engagement whatsoever. Nobody fucking cares. And even though you get way closer to the fucking truth, way closer to the truth than any of the fucks who are like blasting shit like on Twitter, on social media, TikTok especially, you will never get like as much reach as them by giving a much more nuanced look at like what's really happening in the world. You have to pick an extreme and decide which extreme that you're going to be on. Which is why my favorite thing to do is to clickbait you with an extreme take and then give you a nuanced one instead. So that I fulfill your monkey brain's need for the dopamine, for the drama. And then I'm just going to tell you a long-winded explanation about like what's really happening. But that's like the only way I can think of to like realistically communicate with people anymore about like a lot of these complex issues, because other than that, what the fuck do you do? Like, you can't do anything. You can't have conversations anymore. I remember when I was younger, if you would say internet speak in real life, they would beat your ass. Like if you went outside and said, I am Tapone, everyone would fucking beat the shit out of you, bro. And now you can just go around saying internet shit and everyone's like, lol, I heard that on TikTok too. Shut the fuck up. We need to bring back ass beatings, chat. We did. We need to bring back ass beatings. But anyway, internet makes us worse people. Internet makes everyone worse. It degrades our thinking skills, our critical reasoning. Everyone wants to create the us versus them narrative. I'm telling you, refuse to be on in the thinking of us versus them, and you'll kind of begin to understand a lot more about life. So let's talk about Kingdom Hearts here. And now people are playing the games and invading our hobby. Yeah, I know. Now the bully are playing our games and playing our. I know. Yeah. So let's talk about. Let's talk about this. At long last, A Heart of the Kingdom update. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. I thought they forgot about this. I was hoping that they forgot so that we could all move on and forget about Kingdom Hearts. No, I'm playing. I'm playing. We can never forget about Kingdom Hearts. So what happened is recently the 24th anniversary of Kingdom Hearts. And on the 24th anniversary of the series, Square Enix was basically quiet. People were like, did they forget that Kingdom Hearts existed? Are they not even going to say like anything about the 24th anniversary? People were expecting a KH4 update for the 24th anniversary. And unfortunately, we didn't really get much of an update. However, we did get a post and a brand new artwork from the man, the myth, the legend, Nomura. Okay. So I'll just go ahead and hit translate for you on this. March 28th marked the 24th anniversary of Kingdom Hearts. Thank you all for the celebrations from everyone. A message of gratitude has arrived from the director. There's probably an English language post of this. However, I can read the Japanese here. Basically, it says that they are making plans toward the 25th anniversary, and thanks for the support. And as we can see here, this is Xehanort, and he is likely going to be showing up in Quadratum. There isn't? The English account didn't even bother tweeting it. They just RT'd it. Are you serious? Damn. That's crazy, dog. The English account just RT'd it. That's crazy. And I'm like looking at like the comments now, but like, oh dang, my bro's out here talking about verses 13. That's actually crazy, man. They didn't even translate the message in the corner. They didn't even translate the message in the corner. That's like the most important part about how he's making plans toward the 25th anniversary. Damn, dog. That's brutal. Holy shit. Nice guy flexing. He can read the Japanese. I mean, a little bit. But still, that's hilarious. Damn, dog. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. What was this? Nomura released the artwork on 3/29. 3 plus 2 plus 9 equals 14. Xehanort's 14th lifetime. Interesting. And he did post it a day late, too. That's another thing about this, is that everyone spent the whole day dooming because they didn't post anything, and then this came like a day late. I don't know if it is this meta. It could be. It could be him going this crazy because he is known to do shit like this. But part of me just thinks it's going to be something crazy, like he just didn't finish the drawing in time. And he just came up with this, like, or he just finished this. He finished it basically like that morning, essentially. Hasn't that happened before? Where Nomura didn't finish like an artwork in time, and something along those lines happened. Cloud, I feel like you'd know it if I don't know it. But this has happened before. So I feel like it's probably not even a meta thing with the 3 plus 2 plus 9 or whatever. I think he probably just finished this shit like late. I think he just finished it late. And like that's all there is to it. I think he was I think it was that he just didn't get time to have the art done in time because yeah, he has done it for the he did it for the 20th. Yeah. Yeah, I think he just didn't finish that shit in time. Yeah, the 20th anniversary one he finished like 30 minutes before the reveal. Damn. Yeah. So again, that was the one I was thinking of and I think that this is another case of the 20th anniversary where bro just did not finish that shit in time and that is where we're at. So I have yet to play Dark, or I guess I can't play it now, but I haven't watched most of the content for Dark Road or anything like that. But my assumption, based on everything I would know currently about Kingdom Hearts, is that Xehanort is showing up here because Quadratum is the land of the dead, right? So it would make sense for him to be there. Is that an appropriate understanding, Kingdom Hearts fans? Well, on that image, it does say we're working toward the 25th anniversary. Thank you. Yeah, he has a 14th vessel for another world. Okay, cool. Speaking of this in particular, um, I had made a short. I took it down because a lot of people were like, actually. But Kingdom Hearts 4, like the 4 in Japanese is she, right? Like that's how you say 4. And I was like, oh, I think that Nomina has like a numerology pun that he's choosing to make Kingdom Hearts 4 about death because she 4 in Japanese is bad luck. It's a bad luck number because she sounds like Shinu, right? That's one of the readings for the kanji that means death, right? And so when you look at Kingdom Hearts 4 and you can say like Kingdom Hearts 4, yes, but you can also read it like Kingdom Hearts She, which means Kingdom Hearts Death. And I said that and people were like, "Yeah, I think you're overlooking into it. You're reading too deep into it in SP." And I'm like, "Okay. Okay." But I'm like 90% sure that's like the fucking case, right? Like the she, the 4, all this shit with 13 and 7, I'm like 90% sure that the reason he didn't even do all this shit in Kingdom Hearts 3 was because he's like, no, I want it to be 4. I'm going to be honest with you. I really think that Nomina even wanted, I think he wanted Final Fantasy 13. I think they gave him Versus 13 because, or at the time they gave him Versus 13 because Toriyama was the one being promoted to the director. And they were like, we'll let you do like an alternative FF13 game. But I feel like he wanted to direct 13 because he really loves numerology. And I feel like he's like, oh yeah, I'm going to make a game called Versus 13 since it can't be 13 and it'll be about death. So, but that's just my theory. I do think that the 4 and the Kingdom Hearts 4 is meant to, again, I think that there's a reason that he waited and specifically wants to do this with Kingdom Hearts 4, right? For it to be Kingdom Hearts She. For it to be Kingdom Hearts Death. I'm sure in Katakana it'll be written out as Kingdom Hearts 4, as it always is. Like Kingdom Hearts 2 is like Kingdom Hearts 2 in the Katakana. But I'm like 90% sure that what he's ultimately going for is kind of a pun of it being death. Yeah, she comes from, she means death. It comes from Chinese. I think that's why they often use yon instead of she. So it depends. It depends on if you're counting. And then if you're counting in a sequence, it's usually said she. So it'd be like Ichini Sanshi. I do want to say, I do think that this and 7R will launch in the same year. I don't think it'll be on the anniversary, but Alex Donaldson of RPG site hinted at both in the same year. And I also think the flowers grow in the summer. So I think it'll be revealed at SGF and launch maybe spring or summer of 2027. I agree. I agree. Yeah, she got to. It'd also be April. So, I was gonna follow that up with something, but I already forgot. Yeah, I do think so. Obviously, they are making preparations for the 25th anniversary, and I do think that more or less says that the game's gonna come out next year, or at the very least, the silence on Kingdom Hearts will break next year. But I don't think we're going to have to wait until next year. I do think we're going to see something of Kingdom Hearts 4 this year. Yeah, I'm watching for D23. Yeah, I could totally see it happening at D23. Like they say that Phase 2 is now Kingdom Hearts 4 DLC and KH4. I want all that to happen within a 5-year time frame for the love of fuck. I guess you mean KH5 maybe. Yeah, oh yeah, KH5. Yeah. KH4 DLC and KH5 in a 5-year time frame. I don't know, man. Maybe if KH5 is heavy on asset reuse, I could see it. I could see it. What I do think is funny though, what I think is funny, people blame the living fuck out of 7 remake for delaying KH4, but if we're gonna say that a Final Fantasy game delayed Kingdom Hearts, any Final Fantasy game pushed back Kingdom Hearts 4, the game that would actually be is Final Fantasy 16. Why doesn't anyone say that? Why do people keep saying it was 7R? It makes no sense. Do you guys not know what fucking happened? Do you guys not know what happened? They literally took KH4 staff off of the game to help them make Final Fantasy 16's battle system and the icon fights. And people blame FF7. FF7 did not set back Final Fantasy, did not set back Kingdom Hearts, like at all. At all. They literally took people off of Kingdom Hearts 4 to work on Final Fantasy 16. And people just say that, like, oh, it's Final Fantasy 7's fault. I'm like, you are literally a bot. Read. Read, bitch, read. FF16 staff took the battle director, the level editor, and the level director, and the environmental art director, etc. It's so funny. I know. I know. They took a whole bunch of people off of of Kingdom Hearts 4 to work on FF16, and then people are like, Final Fantasy 7 is the reason this is happening. Final Fantasy 7 is not the reason this is happening. If anything, I guarantee you they'll say afterwards, they'll say the FF7 team and the Kingdom Hearts team supported each other. That's what they'll probably say. But yeah, they took people off of KH in order to help make Final Fantasy 16. This is I thought was a known fact that they said during Final Fantasy 16's. Basically, it was one of the mini videos that they launched at the launch party that they showed off there. And it was kind of a crazy thing to learn about, right? That them and Platinum Games and a whole bunch of other teams had to help make the icon fights and the battle system. And this is also why, you know, I think you can find it on YouTube, maybe. Yeah, you could probably find it on YouTube. I think it was at PAX or something. No. It was on the FF16 launch event. I still get mad whenever I think about FF14 1.0 killing Tokyo Team. I know. And basically, like, really debilitating versus, unfortunately. But this is also why I say they said it in the marketing, in the credits, and still people say dumb shit. Motherfuckers are allergic to paying attention. I know. And they say this baselessly. They just like the narrative of like FF7 bad. But I'm going to be honest with you. Like when it comes to like Twitter motherfuckers especially, people really do make their whole personality being like, yeah, I'm a Final Fantasy fan and I don't like 7. Bro, like 10 is my favorite Final Fantasy, I'd probably say at this point. But like, I feel like it's just so fucking cringe to be like, my whole personality is like the fact that I'm not, that 7 is like overrated. Like, shut the fuck up. I don't care if you think that like 7 is overrated or whatever the fuck. Like, I don't care. No one cares. Your whole personality does not have to be like, I hate 7. Like, make your personality liking something and not unliking it. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was somewhere in hold up. It was somewhere in this video here where wait, it's probably like around here because or maybe hold on. I don't know where the timestamp is.
よく知ってるからこそファンの方の期待を超えるような全く新しいファイナルファンタジーを生み出せるポテンシャルを持っています。非常にね、ファイナルファンタジーというこう世界観を
I think right after the Platinum Games bit. Okay. Yeah.
今回のファイナルファンタジー16の開発には実はキングダムハーツの開発チームも参戦して、バトルパートなどを協力したんですけれども
We joined forces on the battles and such.
驚きました。これはね無謀だなと。アクションをベースにしたゲームでありながらここまでのスケール感を出すっていうのは大変だし、しかも、作り方が違う開発チームが協力する計画を聞いてなおさら無謀だなというふうに思ったんですね。いくらね星まで名付けられた男、吉田直樹の頼みといえ、丁重にお断りしたいかなというふうに思ってたんですけども、ただねゲームの、企画だったりストーリーを知る中で、何としてでも成功させたいなという気持ちに、チーム一同なりました。無謀ではあるけれども、最終的には開発を通してね得るものがありました。いよいよですね発売間近ファイナルファンタジー16ですけど、ある意味作り方常識破りですけども、だからこそですね特別な体験ができるゲームに仕上がったと思うので、ぜひともですね遊んでみてください。本日はありがとうございました。
Yeah. Yeah, so like yeah. Yeah. So anyway, it's crazy. It is crazy. Utterly insane that people blame Final Fantasy VII Remake for the like why Kingdom Hearts 4 is taking so long when again Final Fantasy 16 had to literally take Kingdom Hearts staff off of the game to work on FF16, which absolutely delayed the game in some capacity. So this is also why this is why I think a lot about like the series going with action and a lot about them trying to pursue specifically the icon fights with 16. And I know it's a hot take. I know it's a take that Twitter would never like or anyone else like that. But like, genuinely, I do not think it was a great idea. I do not think it was a great idea. I think it probably hurt them more than it helped because I'm like, you're taking Kingdom Hearts staff off of Kingdom Hearts, and I think just as many people would have bought the 16th mainline Final Fantasy if it did not have those things and it had, just like turn-based combat or like whatever the fuck versus like taking the Kingdom Hearts team off to make that. Icon fights were a mistake. That this shouldn't be controversial, I feel. Well, yeah, because you wasted so much time and budget making something that like players will only spend a tiny fraction of the game's playtime actually interacting with, and the majority of the actual playtime, the majority of the time that you're playing the game, you're not doing an icon fight, right? Like it's like a really tiny percentage of the actual game. And even when it comes to like the gameplay highlight of the game, that's not the gameplay highlight of the game. The gameplay highlight of the game is, whenever you're like, I guess I would say probably like playing Ultimaniac or doing like Clive's base skill set, like doing combos there, right? Like most people really aren't super focused on the icon fights with their long-term enjoyment of the game. It's mostly like a spectacle thing that's like slightly interactive. So, well, he said it was a choice. They did it because they thought they could gain something from working on 16 and bring it back to KH4. Maybe so. I don't know. I can't judge on that. But this is also why I say that it could have also been a choice that they made because they needed the help too. You know what I'm saying? Like it's really hard to know exactly what that means. So, in either case, we can play some FF15. But those are just my thoughts. Can you bring anything back from KH4 back? I mean, from FF16 back to KH4? Because everything that 16 tried, KH already does better. I agree. I agree. KH already does everything way better. So it's kind of hard for me to imagine, like, what are we taking back? Because I don't know what I could say offhand that 16 does better than KH4 personally. Kind of hard to imagine. Large scale battle and real time cutscene tech, maybe. Although that would be different on Unreal than their proprietary engine, but possibly large scale battles, maybe. Maybe that's what they wanted. That would be entirely plausible, maybe. They learn what doesn't work, and they put ideas they cut from 16 that would work better in KH4. Well, they definitely put shot lock into FF16. That's definitely something that they came up with and implemented it there, which was cool. But for the most part, I would say that, like, for the most part, I struggle to think of, like, what they would have benefited, but FF16 was not made on Unreal Engine 5. It was not made on Unreal Engine at all, actually. It was made on a proprietary engine. Oh, there's no news on 15. We're just playing it. KH1 holds up so insanely well. I find it mental that some people want a remake out of it when 1.5 was already partially this. You know, I do think that, like, 1.5 was probably the time for them to just 1.5 was actually probably the time for them to actually try doing something along the lines of a remakester. But they just ended up doing, like, a more purist remaster, which I guess is fine. But since they had to do so much work basically remaking the game as it is, then yeah. 1.5 to me is is the point that SE realized they need to keep source codes. Yeah. That 17 is going to be made on an in-house engine. Well, we haven't had a Final Fantasy not made on an third-party engine yet, so it's entirely possible that 17 could continue the trend. Actually, real quick before we start the game, I need to make sure that I have enough storage to record footage of the game. So let me make sure that I do in fact have that storage. I think I do. Yeah, we should be fine. Okay. You always want to be sure. My understanding is that it is a modified engine. I've heard a lot of goings back and forth about this. Whether it's a modified engine or not a modified engine, but my understanding is that it is. What the fuck? Okay, there we go. Watch the game. Hold on. Wants me to open Steam and then fucking shit. Launch the damn thing. Okay, there we go. Oops. If it'll just... Okay, there we go. Sorry about all that, guys. Do you think Nomura deserves another shot on a mainline? I do. I would say I think he does. I would love to see him do another mainline title. Or, like, actually be able to release a mainline title. I think that this was supposed to be his opportunity at exactly that. And it's just so unfortunate that that did not get to happen. Yeah, I mean, Unreal can be good for a lot of things. It's certainly good for helping developers get a game out on time and on budget. But the unfortunate cost of Unreal is horrendous optimization in most cases. In a lot of cases. And so that is something that devs have tried to work around. Has had some fairly mixed results, but release the Versus 13 files. Figuratively and literally, bro. Let me fix the cropping here, because we're on like a weird resolution that isn't quite 1440. It's weird, I know. Single monitor setup as a streamer is a curse, bro. I have to do all kinds of goofy shit sometimes. Okay, so last time on Final Fantasy 15, we were trying to like do the boat, or not the boat. We were trying to do the dungeon. I'm thinking about Cape Cayam and Altisha. We were trying to do like the final Royal Arm here, but I actually just don't think we're high enough level to face the dragon at the end. Well, I am single monitor, but at the same time, this is also an ultra wide, so I have like so much screen economy that it makes up for it. It can be made to run decent, but it sucks out of the box right. And unfortunately, most, I don't want to say developers aren't doing enough, but it's very difficult to optimize well on Unreal, right? So, well, I wanted to do something, but it's okay. Oh, there we go. Let's see. Do that. Okay, good. And then let me take a look at our Ascension. I want some more AP. So actually, let's see if we can do some hunts today. And then I think today is going to be like our last preparation day before we head straight to Altisha. So I think today we're going to get everything done we want to get done. And then we're heading to Lunar. We're going to marry Lunar. Also suggested maybe do a short video discussing how KH4 dev team got pulled off to help with FF16. More people probably need to know this. If he doesn't see this the second time, I'll caps it. Oh, no, I see it. I see it. No, I mean, I would, but then I feel like the usual people will be like, he's just being a hater. And to be fair, it's not untrue. I don't like 16. And I do think that they made like so many goddamn mistakes with like that game. And that's coming from someone who's very hyped from it, who very much loves 14, and who thought that the studio was gonna kill it. But yeah, I think that even if I just state that objective fact that happened, and that's not even a question of like whether it was a thing or not, I think people will be mad. I think facts upset people more than opinions do. Like, no question about it. So,
was it? These nasties here have been a real pain in the rear. You boys are a brave bunch. Much obliged. Make sure y'all go prepared.
Liv T, what's up, man? Yeah, so I think people will be mad about it. And I don't try to like, I'm not honestly trying to like bait or anything like that, but like, I just really do think that a lot of those decisions were bad. Surrounding what they chose to do for that project, but yeah. Nard, thank you so much. You probably mentioned this at some point, but did you ever finish your Trails in the Sky playthrough? No, I'm still sitting on the final chapter. I'm going to go back. I'm not going to leave it unfinished. I know. But basically what happened is I just got super distracted. And then...
Hey, check that out.
And now I'm super distracted.
Now. Take a closer look.
Oh, fuck. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this quest. But anyway, I am going to finish it before the second part comes out. I, like, super promise that. How can you get distracted from tits? Requiem and other stuff. So I kind of got, like... I really enjoyed the game quite a lot. And then doing this project and other stuff. But yeah, I hope people don't think I didn't like the game, because I actually really loved it. I just got super distracted. But bear in mind, it took me like 6 months to beat like God of War 2018, which I know sounds crazy. The first time I beat God of War 2018, it took me like 6 months because I kept like getting distracted by other shit. And then with Ragnarok, it also took me like 2 or 3 months to beat that game because I was super distracted. So, but I tend to re-review a game story a lot, like whenever I'm really interested in it. So, I can catch back up with it. Have I filed my taxes yet? Yes.
Hey, you want to watch where you're going?
Us Apothecary Diaries fans, we always file our taxes, bro.
Ooh, this should be fun. What's the plan?
Well, suffice it to say, a frontal assault would be ill-advised. Again, stealth is our friend. We enter the base undetected and cripple it one target at a time. Are you ready? We enter under the cover of darkness and withdraw by first light.
Yeah, I don't know. Whenever you're on Twitter, though, like, everyone seems to really love the game. So I'm just like, okay.
Generators that fortify
I'm just a hater.
troopers. Take
So
them out, and the enemy won't be nearly as fearsome. Let's
I don't
go.
talk about it too much. Because I'm just like, it's okay. I'm just a hater. I'm the guy that didn't get it. Whatever. You know, I can take that L. Do you ever just feel done with FF? I've been a fan of 20 years, and this is the first time I've ever felt tired of this franchise. So I think, ironically, after this game came out, which is like really where I technically like truly began with FF, because you know I ended up becoming NSP and started making content. But honestly, like, part of the thing with the channel was just like, I needed a place to be like, I can't believe this thing with 15 happened the way that it did. And I was just like, I needed a place to like talk to other people about it and like to kind of grieve with other people. And so can you just walk by them?
So they're sleeping?
Take care to avoid detection. If a trooper is alerted to our presence, it will awaken its fellows.
Part of me doesn't want to do stealth though. I kind of want to just blow up the whole facility. Like, I do think it's interesting though that they try to implement stealth into this game. It's kind of part of the scope creep of it though. It's just like, dang, they really tried to make the game with fucking everything. Like, it's gonna have stealth, it's gonna have camping, it's gonna have action battles, it's gonna have you fight the summons, you summon the summons in like the middle of fields and you blow shit up, and it's gonna have like, and it's just like, holy shit, man. Like, unbelievable fucking scope that was planned. Remember, FF is the game with everything. It is the game with everything, and you know, whenever you look at kind of the ambition that they set out for with this game, holy shit, dude, it's like undeniable that they try to make the game with fucking everything. It's just unfortunate they didn't have time to finish everything. But I don't know, man, like 15 is kind of like, on the surface you could probably look at this game and say like, oh, it's a mid game, right? You could say, oh, it's mid, but then at the same time too, it's also kind of like, I can't name another game that has as many traces of ambition as this one. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, holy shit. If they actually did the... Ah, fuck. What the fuck? Well. So much for that. I tried. Oh my gosh, okay. Okay, let's Dawn Hammer. When in doubt. It's more fun this way, honestly. Fuck stealth, bro. I do like that the game gives you a choice, though, and that it's not just like you have no choice but to play the game the way we want you to. Like, no, you can definitely do stealth. You can not do stealth in these situations. It's cool. I like when the games give you a choice on that matter. That said, I don't think that there's ever a need to like really do stealth in this game unless the enemies are just so ungodly high level. But like, yeah, I just don't think that there's ever really a need. Like, you see how effortless we're able to wipe this out just by spamming Warp Strike and... And then, like, also, too, like, worst case scenario, they gang up on me, and then I just summon, and I blow up everything.
Heads up, not more incoming.
Oh, that's right. Fuck. Maybe I will get my cheeks torn up. I don't know. Maybe not, yeah.
This is our chance to settle the score. Let's put an end to this.
Wow, the gun literally doesn't reach over there. Holy shit, okay. Honestly, sneaking into these bases is like one of my favorite parts of the game. Legitimately. I feel like it's so much fun to like to go in here and do this. Why am I using the greatsword? We don't even need to. There we go.
But your running days are over. Paramount, take the prince alive.
Oh, they think they could take the prince alive. That shit's funny.
Keep mowing him down. If they don't mow us down.
Where are they at? Oh, I like these guys. I like them. Can I not target them from this distance? Okay. That's weird. I was trying to sleep the other night, and I had this song stuck in my head, Veiled in Black, and I like literally couldn't sleep.
Say your prayers.
Oops. Give me some electricity, bro. Oh, it's fire? Okay. I thought they were gonna be weak to electricity. Actually, a gun is not like the best idea against. I mean, a greatsword is not the best idea against them. I just like the idea of the greatsword, but it's not gonna happen here. Ah, you already got him, fucker. Nowhere to warp. Damn, bro. Warp Strike will never not be the GOAT mechanic. It's so fun. Yay, warp to win, warp to win, warp to win. Let's go.
You must be getting tired by now. Here, let me put you to sleep.
You humiliated me before. This time the pleasure will be mine.
Okay, and that missed. Oh shit, there's two of them. Well, that missed. Okay. Let's get the Dawn Hammer spam in here. Oh, let's do Armiger. Ah, I didn't get my chain. That sucks. Oh shit. Oh shit. Time to fuck shit up with Iggy, bro. Or not. Oh shit. Warpy boy, help me out. Gladio. Oh shit. Gladio? Okay, thanks. Oh, shit.
This isn't over till I say it is.
Gladio!
Good night.
Sorry to rip this up.
Hey, got Ignis back. Oh shit, Gladio! Gladio! Gladio's gone. Fuck. Or not. Oh shit, Ignis is gone! Ignis is so gone! No! Oh man, okay. So this is 10 levels higher than us. So there is definitely some pressure here. Elemancy. Let's see if we can nuke him. Like, I'm gonna make like... the ultimate. What would give us like? Let's try Killcast. See. That did not do shit. It's just me and Gladio. And Gladio, what the fuck? Okay, well, at least that happened. Aw, fuck. Gladio, no! No, Gladio! No, Gladio! Gladdy! Get your ass up!
Sorry to break this up.
What the fuck?
No, I refuse to accept it. This is preposterous.
Okay, there we go.
What joke is this?
Dang. I think we could squeeze out a victory here. Oh fuck, I was mashing circles so it didn't come up. Yes! No! Gladdy! Get that ass up, bro! Get that ass up! Okay. Gladdy, Gladdy, please, Gladdy, Gladdy, Gladdy. Oh my god. No, we're cooked. God. Fuck. I'm so bad. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's not too bad.
Didn't expect to meet again so soon, Highness.
You were foolish to come here. Surrender now, or we will make you.
Oh, it's only good against demons. Is there anything else I want to use? Force Stealer, Shield of the Just. Anything else I feel like in this situation would help? I mean, no, not a bronze bangle. Is there anything else that's better than that? I feel like we weren't doing enough damage, actually, if anything. I don't want to take our health down. Silver bangle is fine. Friendship band. Yeah, that lets us do link strikes more. But honestly, I think for this, I just want Gladio to be able to punch harder. What is Warriors Fanfare again? Yeah, we could just take off all the AP stuff for now. Actually, wait, something would do more health than Silver Bangle, maybe. This motherfucker in particular, though, it's like Prompto needs more health than anything else, but he just dies so fast. But I think for this, I'm just gonna prioritize being stronger.
Who the hell are these jerks?
Loki and Caligo, commanders of the Imperial Army.
Not. This is our chance to settle the score. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That's a waste. Okay, I'm gonna lock in, chat. If I can hit the right direction, thank you. Okay, there we go.
You led us all on a merry chase, but your running days are over.
Okay.
Take the prince alive.
Okay.
And we'll keep mowing them down. If they don't mow us down.
Okay. Let's get away. Let's get away. Spam Dawn Hammer. It does big damage. Okay. Nice. And then how the fuck does bro have confusion? Okay, up here. Just pick him off with the mechanics of the warp strike, brother. And that link strike did not work. Holy fuck. Okay. Got it. Got it. Stasis, but the fix for that is fucking easy. Goated combat. Goated combat.
You must be getting tired by now. Here, let me put you to sleep.
You humiliated me before. This time the pleasure will be mine.
I'm gonna try something risky. Try something. Fuck! Immediately. Immediately terrible choice. Immediately terrible choice, dude. Holy fuck.
All that training, and this is the fruit of your labors?
Yeah, feels pretty rotten.
I love how I can like shoot like a fucking rocket launcher through an enemy, but if I use a magic grenade, it does hurt my comrades.
Whoops.
Good looking out.
Okay, see that? That's called a Riz parry. All right, now let's hit literally fucking nothing. That's like the first step, right? And the second step is to die, right?
We need you out there, big guy.
It's very strategic. Oh my god.
Thanks, that'd be nice.
Okay, I think we're just not high enough level for this. I think I'll need to do most recent save. I think we'll have to come back to this afterward. Because if we're doing no items, this is level 50-ish. Yeah, it's 10 levels higher than where I currently am at. So we'll come back to it.
Hey, check that out.
The Empire is everywhere now.
Skill issue? It kind of is, honestly. Because if you're really good at any game, honestly, then it doesn't matter. Unfortunately, I am not. And so, it is indeed a skill issue. Fuck.
My pleasure.
One time. Sure thing.
There we go. Yeah, I was trying to not actually level up as much, believe it or not, because I wanted the game to preserve its sense of challenge to it, but some stuff it does feel like I need to like level up in order to do. Well, one of the things about this game though too is that like if you're not like high enough level or like recipe maxing, then you'll be here all day doing like chip damage, right? So
This one's just for you.
Outstanding, no.
also I want to change out the abilities for Gladio and Ignis, I think. I mean for Prompto and Ignis. Dawnhammer works well enough. But it's like one of the things about this game that, well, like I definitely feel like is unfortunate is like finding like the appropriate difficulty balance, because it's really easy to break this game. But then if you start using handicaps, it's still kind of like not as clear about, or I feel like there are some stuff that feels kind of challenging to do without, or like too challenging to do without healing, but then it doesn't feel like every hit that you get in this game is your control, if that makes sense. Like a lot of hits feel very much out of your control, and part of that is just because at any given point whenever you're playing this game, it does kind of feel like shit is just coming at you all at once. And there's no kind of like cohesion between, or like not cohesion, but flow state between like what you're supposed to be doing at any given time. I don't think we have a chocobo. That's all, we do not.
I want to just flop onto a hotel bed.
Cannonball for me.
Camp's not gonna cut it tonight.
Yeah, health versus damage number is so stacked that fights take a very long time. Right. It'd be one thing if like that it just meant that you didn't have as much health, but unfortunately the amount of damage you have to output
Hey, who's up for a bite?
is like fucking crazy. Oh fuck, I didn't mean to go back here. I thought this was the next one. My bad. Well, we'll just turn it in. The poor telegraphing almost makes 15 more similar to a turn-based game where hits are inevitable and health is more of a resource. I completely agree.
Boys eating your fill?
Like, it doesn't really feel like a lot of times in this game that when you get hit, you deserve it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get hit in like Sekiro or Kingdom Hearts, that's because you were like a little bitch that didn't press the button, bro. You did something wrong.
Drop on by whenever you're hungry.
And you should feel bad about it. But like in this game, when I get hit, I don't feel bad about it. I just think that the game decided it was time for me to be hit. a lot of times, which I don't think is like great for action game design in a lot of cases. Maybe all cases. Literally blaming the game. I mean, it is kind of the game design's fault, to be honest. Like the telegraphing is like really poor and such. Game decides you're having too much fun, yeah. And that to me is more the issue I have with the hold versus the press. The hold versus the press isn't like the problem people think it is, per se.
The sun's called it a day.
Do you think they will announce using AI voice acting, texture work, etc. for FF14 FanFest this April? I wouldn't say that they would never do that, but I think if they announced it at FanFest, they'd be fucking morons. The audience would like cook them alive. It'd become a viral moment and quite possibly kill the game. So I don't think they'll do that. Not that I'd put any company past like using AI for that, but I just think that like, holy shit, would it be crazy to announce that at FanFest if they did.
Say your prayers. Gladio, do it. Nice work, Gladio.
Yo, literally, why? Why am I getting a summon? Is it Titan? Let's find out. Fuck it. This is an easy one. Let's see who I'm getting. I assume Garuda? Bro, it's always fucking Garuda. Have we gotten anyone else this entire playthrough? God intervenes to fight giraffes for you. Yeah. Holy fucking overkill, brother. Target eliminated. It was literally a fucking giraffe, bro. It was literally a fucking giraffe. Holy shit. I like... That was like literally a fucking drone strike to kill an ant, dog. Holy fuck. Holy shit. God dang, dude. Garuda is rare? Not this playthrough. Holy shit, dude.
I'm starving.
Are we there yet?
That's like saying like, oh, I found the cockroach in the house. Okay, we have to fucking... we need to strap bombs to the house and blow it up. Like, what the fuck? That's so crazy. Imagine the Lucy Eye seeing how I'm using the power of the gods.
Is anyone there?
Where's that coming from?
Rock and roll.
Again, this is like, ironically, something part 3 needs. Where there's just like random shit, like quests that happen as I'm like out and about.
I can't thank you enough.
All in a day's work.
That don't just pop up. And aren't just part of like chat. Not that this is like peak content, but the fact that I had to like go out and discover something and I can't discover it unless I'm exploring and doing stuff, because that's what prevents this game. Because this game is honestly, it can definitely run the risk of being a checklist simulator, right? But it's kind of what prevents it from always feeling like one.
What are we thinking?
Is that you go out into the world and you find stuff,
Really? You guess?
and it's cool.
Won't keep me in the dark.
I could have just teleported back to the car, but actually it's good I didn't teleport back to the car, because you know why? I found that lady who needed my help. Regalia is so fucking cool. You know what? I actually don't want to go to Hammerhead. Is there... Can we auto to, like... We'll go to Lestalem, maybe. I guess I could just do... Not quest location, but... Map location. And then... Lestalem. Thank you. And then that way we'll use the hotel there and get some points on our credit card. Which will allow us to level up faster. Yeah, the players do have to find a good balance for themselves in this. And
so what's next? Ask around a little.
It's up to Noct.
Oh, you're talking about Remake 3. I just read the last sentence. I like the feel like if Remake 3 still had the Ubisoft towers and Chatley, but that still only accounted for 70% of the world's content and leave 30% players to find themselves. A good balance, IMO. Yeah, I agree. But then, you know, there's always the discussion of like players having to balance games for... I'm sorry, I'm on two different threads. Ignore me. My brain is melting into like one... Because I'm thinking of the other discussion about players balancing for themselves. And you're talking about like the quest marker balance. My brain is crashing, chat. Fuck off. Fuck off. Your brain is caught between two live stream lines again. Listen, when you're chatting and playing video games at the same time, you'd understand, man.
The finest room in the house is available for your immediate comfort.
Why doesn't camping give more EXP than a luxury hotel? Well, I mean, yeah. But at the same time, I guess the benefit of camping is that you get to cook, which means...
Perfect timing.
Which means you get the bonuses, so definitely evens out.
Hey.
Huh?
Shit. Let's actually cash in the quest for that, and then we'll keep moving on. And then after we're done with this, I think we'll finish some stuff up. But I definitely want us to be in Altissia by next stream. I think that'd be most ideal. Let's also make sure we got some Chocobo rentals while we're here. Honestly, like... And Gil is so easy to come by in this game, I feel like. Well, not, like, tremendously, but it's not difficult to come by for sure. Quest location. Okay, turn that in. If Remake 3 literally just takes some inspiration from 15 and making a semi-decent portion of a side quest only active via proximity, that'd be enough for me. But maybe maps couldn't work. FF15 had at least one quest line using those. Yeah. Because unironically, this game kind of had like a better balance of that type of discovery
I say we
than
take a break.
Rebirth did. I think Rebirth has better content though. Like the actual stuff that you're doing in Rebirth is more fun and well put together, like by a mile. But
It's just y'all. Nice work out there.
you're right. The proximity content needs to be more than just like giving a guy a repair kit. I agree. Or giving someone a potion that you have
Take your pick.
100 of, right? Oh, I can't do that one yet. Gotta be rank 4 or higher.
Y'all liked it. Come on back.
There's a quest here. Or do I have to
So
talk
how's it
to him?
going, boys? I can tell you all about the area.
I forgot that does that. That would have been helpful. I forgot that
But of course,
doing that helps. Let's get some
Coming right
food while
up.
we're here.
Oh yeah, here it comes.
Dude, the food graphics in this game make me so damn hungry.
had your fill? Good.
What about FF16 versus 15 content? Well, I feel like FF15... So in like every way, FF16 is technically like a better put together, polished game. In terms of story, in terms of presenting exactly what the developers wanted to. But I think this game is just way more fun and has more interesting things to do and has a more enduring and just fun world to explore, right? Like, I think that it's just way more fun to mess around in Final Fantasy 15 than it is to mess around in 16. Like, unless you're just, I guess, like, you know, maybe for some people, I guess Ultimaniac is, you know, enough. But, like, if you want, like, an RPG experience, then I don't think that really bridges the gap. Unless RPG experience for you is, like, literally when combat has numbers, and then that's it. And it has nothing to do with, like, with anything else. But for me, you know, RPG and especially Final Fantasy, and I guess not to say an RPG can't be that, but like, hello, Shadow Master Key. But I tend to want more from specifically Final Fantasy, right? Like in that model of RPG, I want like
What do you mean for a change?
a kind of world to lose myself in. And when I say a world to lose myself in, I do not mean just like there is a good story, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Because that tends to be what FF16
some refreshments. Everything here is made lovingly.
Shit. That tends to be what people say with FF16. But I'm not saying, like, just like, oh, the story is super immersive. I want the actual world and going around the world to actually be fun and good and an interesting thing to do. It's been 10 years since Uncovered stream. Exactly. Oh my god, today is like the 10-year anniversary of Uncovered. Dang. Bro, you should have seen my DMs after Crimson Desert review. I've seen a lot of people trying to compare it to Stellar Blade and Lies of P, but I feel like that's fake. I feel like that's cap. I haven't played it, so I can't say for sure, but I feel like that's cope for the game kind of being mid.
Everything in order?
Yep.
Right behind you.
The world needs to be a character funny to get to know. Right. And I think that this game actually achieves that much better than 16 for sure, you know? I wouldn't say that that game's world is like a character or is like the act of like exploring it in any capacity beyond how one feels about the narrative being told in that world is like worth exploring further, if that makes sense. This isn't the hunt though, is it?
I'll back you up.
They don't have the hunt icons on them. No, this is the... Yeah, we're on to catch a frog. So, what the fuck? These aren't frogs.
What? Oh, sorry about that.
Huh. Let's defeat them first and then figure this out. Or maybe the frogs are nighttime. But I think I thought I saw daytime on there. Random ass Saberclaw just like coming into the middle of this. And the camera just doing whatever the fuck the camera in this game does. I don't even know, man.
So, where are we staying tonight?
Well, here works.
Camp it is.
Oh, wait. I guess it is at night, right? Is it? Oh, it has to be rainy. Fuck, it has to be raining in order for it to... In order for the frog to show up. What the fuck? Eventually it'll rain and then fast travel to the frog location immediately? Okay, cool. We'll go to the other one then. This game's so beautiful, dude. Holy shit. Like, sometimes, like, you catch wind of, like, a shot like this, and it's just like, dang. And, like, real Todd Howard shit, like, you see that mountain in the distance? You can go there, bro. You can go there. That shit is kind of tight.
Taking a walk on the wild side?
Nothing like nature in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, it's also night, but there's camp right over there.
Made it. Let's call it a day.
I'll see what I can whip up.
Let's see what we can make with our... Oh. Mystery meat sushi? I'm pretty sure that's spam musubi, but... Okay. Go with this. Mystery meat sushi. That's crazy. Damn, I'd be so fucking hungry playing this game, dude. So hungry.
I likes.
Yeah, I know.
Feeling refreshed.
Okay,
Well, the tent lets you stretch.
oh yeah, can I ascend? We should wait for more points. Yeah, definitely still the best food in gaming, no question.
We'll meet again.
Really?
There we go. Wait, are these guys also like? Are they? Fuck.
Gladio, do it.
Dawn Hammer spam.
Nice work, Gladio.
I feel like these things have a shit ton of health for like level 28.
We're in for a fight.
Got more than we bargained for. Gladio, on it. Pronto, you're up.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That won't work because these aren't demons. These aren't demons, so that won't work.
Instructions.
I want it. Enhancement.
You ready? Say your prayers.
Since they're all together here, maybe we can... Ah, nice. Let's fucking go. Unironically, nice work, Gladio. Holy shit. That's Armiger. And in true Armiger fashion, we're just warping all over the fucking place. And it's just like...
You're on fire today. What I said. Do it, Pronto.
My favorite thing to do.
Got him on the ropes now.
There we go.
That's crossing the line.
Sorry.
I even amaze myself sometimes.
Honestly, the fact that you can just like pull out a rocket launcher and shoot the fuck out of an enemy with it does kind of make this one of the GOAT Final Fantasies, I'm not gonna lie. Despite everything. Oh shit, it's raining. It's raining, chat. It's raining.
Whoa! Look at him go! Get back!
Aw, fuck. No. Back to the car, back to the car. We need to go. If FF15 had launched with every character playable with all their unique mechanics, this game would have been well more well received. Yeah, it would have. That or if the game was complete and you still, maybe you couldn't play as like all the characters, but the story was complete, I think it also would have been a lot more well received. It just needed to be complete on one front, right, at launch.
Yeah, I like it too.
Fuck, it's not raining over here though. God damn. So I don't think it'll spawn. Wait. It's there. It seems like.
This one's no joke.
Yeah, the toads are there. What the fuck?
The bigger they are, the harder. You should know.
Yeah, I love looking at grass when I'm supposed to be fighting enemies. Yeah, awesome. Thanks, camera. Wow. What a great shot of the action. I can totally tell what the fuck is happening. I'm trying to initiate it, but fuck. Well, that didn't work.
Gladio. How are we? Getting by.
Wouldn't expect any less from you. Good.
Here goes nothing.
Chat, what the fuck is happening? I'm just like mashing buttons hoping that we're gonna win.
I'll say I'm amazed.
Everything cool?
No problems here.
Gotcha! Gladio, do it! Nice work, Gladio.
You're experiencing peak FF15 gameplay? I know. Peak FF15 gameplay is when the camera is caught in a bush and you don't even know what the fuck is happening.
All right, boys, we're in the home stretch.
We are. Which is why no one go running in, because I'm about to blow him up.
All that's left is the tape.
There we go.
No holding back.
Yeah. Impressive.
Here we go.
That took everything we had.
You should be proud you gave it your all.
I've got nothing left.
Do you think this game is the biggest mistake the company has ever made? I think mishandling this game is the biggest mistake they've ever made. Yes. I think what they had here was a chance to make Final Fantasy be the thing that they have been wanting for a really long time, which is this major seller.
It's nice to not have to kill anything.
This really big global IP that can compete with like major Western RPGs and sell just as much. So I remember a lot of the foliage in Witcher 3, but it was never in the way of combat. Vonti, thank you so much for the super chat. I think Witcher 3 was probably clever enough to like make the vegetation kind of like lower its visibility whenever you are in combat, and this game just doesn't do it. And so like when you're in like dense foliage and stuff like that, Unfortunately, the camera just goes to shit, and you cannot figure out anything that's going on in combat.
Hello.
FF15 was the thing they had been asking for, and yet they killed off Season 2 and hurt the brand loyalty so much more than 13 ever did. Yeah. Right? Yeah. I mean, it's easy to say that 13 did damage to the brand when it came out, and there are arguments for that, but like, the damage that was done by them fumbling this game cannot even come close to being compared to anything 13 did. For sure. I don't think you can even remotely compare the damage.
Thank you. But please come again.
Try doing combat in first person? I forget this game has first person view. It's like something that they only implemented, I think, on the PC version, and then it came back to the console version, I think. What do you, to that question, what do you think was Square's biggest mistake as a company so far? 100% how they handled this game. 100%. Honestly, well, more accurately, Fabula Nova Crystallis. Like, if we're more accurate about... And that's not to say that I don't like Type 0, and I like some of 13. I really like 13 too. And I wouldn't say that like all of base 13 is like a horrible game. I would still consider 13 to be a pretty decent game overall. It's not like my favorite FF, but like it's still decent video game that has some fun moments to it. But yeah, it's so unfortunate. Yeah, Requiem is probably my game of the year so far. Shadow Master Key, I'd say. I don't know what else is gonna come out and top Requiem, but we'll see. I think the biggest one is clearly The Spirits Within. It bankrupted the company, made Sakaguchi step down, and forced them to merge with Enix to save the company. That's a fair argument too. But I would still say it's this game. I would still say it's what they did with this game. Well, no, you're more right in an objective sense, because this game still did sell 10 million, right? But I think the brand damage that they did with this game is greater than what happened with The Spirits Within, right? Like, I don't know if I would say... Are there hunts? Actually, I don't remember where I could find the rest of the hunts. Let's go with... Because I think... Were there hunts at Wiz's Chocobo post? But, I think that the brand damage of canceling this game 3 times over did more brand damage than The Spirits Within.
Calm and carefree.
Spirits Within definitely did some damage. Brand-wise, but I don't think it destroyed
King's Night? Oh,
yeah. FF's perception in the way that the cancellation, specifically of Dawn of the Future, and how this game felt like when it was unreleased. I mean, when it was released and unfinished. The damage for that was tremendous. Like, cannot be overstated.
So what'll it be today? Y'all still keeping on, keeping on? Reckon I could ask for your help?
Reckon I could ask for your help?
Best of luck to you. Get her done.
Cancellation of Dawn of the Future sealed FF15's fate? Yeah, it did. And
interesting choice.
fuck it. I'll just wait till night, you know.
How about some geese salt chips for the road?
Let's eat some shit.
I'll go fix it for you.
Final, yeah. And so remember, 13, 14, 1.0, and 15, basically. And again, this isn't to say that like 13 in particular was like necessarily anywhere near the kind of situation that was happening with the other games that I mentioned. But even still, it definitely was not quite well received. And then on top of that, you know, you have 14 1.0 and 15 coming out in the state that it came out. And FF just looked so cooked to people like at the time.
I'm totally into chocobos.
And then 7 Remake comes out, and 7 Remake is like a pretty well received game. In a lot of ways, maybe their best received game in like for the Final Fantasy series in like 20 years up to that point, I'd say. FF7 Remake Part 1. And that did really, really, really well. But following that up, kind of tough.
Say your prayers.
Top 5 FF games or games in general? I don't know. I need to think about it because there's just so many games, and I feel like it's always kind of changing to some degree. Not so much the games themselves, but the order I place them in. Are you fucking serious? There we go.
Sorry. Well, time to call it a night.
No, it is not, because there is one more hunt for us to do, boys.
Outdoors.
Might as well get used to it.
Let's I say fuck it, dude. Let's call the Chocobo out.
Easy now.
Oh, the demons. The demons are out. And if I could stop running into bushes and rocks and all kinds of other things. But, and I know I said this before in a previous stream, but I genuinely do love the sense of danger that nighttime gives in this game. I think it's actually really fun. Really interesting. That nighttime is this scary thing where demons come out and it can be very unfun. Unfun in the sense of like you get your ass cheeks slapped, but not like unfun in the sense of not entertaining video game content.
Okay?
You know what I mean?
Want to take a break? I'm fine. Come on. Break time. Break time.
Okay. A little bit of blizzard for him. I think we need to do bomb against bomb here. I think we need to blow him the fuck up, boys. I do. I think we need to... Oh, what can we... Quadcast. Oh. I think we're gonna blow them the fuck up.
Ready? Don't get hit.
Time to kill my homies. Sorry, bros. Small price.
We're in the home stretch. We all good?
Better than good.
Good to go.
There's some treasure around here. Okay. Bro, can I not? Just because there's some type of...
Eyes peeled, mouth closed. No wonder you're a nice guy. Times.
Oh my gosh. What the fuck are y'all even doing up? Go to bed. Or maybe they're nocturnal, I don't know. Fuck. But in either case, aren't they gonna get eaten by demons? Do demons eat animals? Actually? I don't know.
That's it.
What's what?
I've come up with a new recipe.
I could taste test for you.
Yeah, people don't like the magic bombs. I get why they did them though. But people fucking hate the magic bombs. Would you improve overall the story, the combat, or something else? If I only got one shot at fixing something about this game and I could do nothing else,
amazing.
It would literally just be that there are like 4 times as many cutscenes. That would be like the only thing that I mostly change. I'm telling you guys right now, I think this game would not have the reputation that it does if I should have just returned to rest point. It's fine. We can just do this and go back. Yeah, if this game just had like more cutscenes and like more narrative stuff to it,
No mistaking the smell of chocobos.
I think that would have been okay. Put all the stuff that was supposed to be in the game. Yeah, all the stuff that they're like, well, we can't do that. We can't do that because we got to hit the 2016 target.
So what'll it be today? Glad to see y'all made it back in one piece. Y'all are some pretty tough customers. Grab some grub before you go. These ones been giving us a real hassle.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we'll ever get a complete version of this game. It breaks my heart every time I play this, and
It could crash right here.
I have to come to terms with that. So make Final Fantasy Versus 13? Very shockingly, perhaps, for me to say this, but not necessarily. Honestly, like a complete version of 15 as it was meant to be would also be great. I mean, a complete version of Versus 13 would be greater, sure. But yeah, I would also just take the version of this game where the game is done. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would also relish in that as well. So Verum Rex is a thing that's happening. Yeah, but to like what degree though is Verum Rex happening? Is it just a Kingdom Hearts thing? Is it its own game? But if it is its own game, is it like actually what Versus was meant to be under a different name and identity? You know? Will Verum Rex get to be its own series, or will it force to be a Disney game? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Rolling together now. How about this? That wasn't so hard. It takes two.
oh my fucking god.
Where'd you learn that one, Doc? Keep it together.
I'd like to wrap that up more quickly.
Yeah, it's like really unclear how tied to Disney Verum Rex actually is. No one has said he was going to do Verum Rex after KH4, well implied. He said he had to pick which one to do first. Will it be Versus 13? Yeah, and that's actually an interesting statement too. But I assume that Verum Rex is still a Disney game, right? Like it's a, like Verum Rex would be Kingdom Hearts Verum Rex and not
What'll it be today?
its own
Glad to see
game.
y'all made it back in one piece. Y'all still keeping on, keeping on? Y'all come back soon.
So I don't know. Nintendo and Capcom have put out virtually nothing but bangers since 2017. SE has not. Then the market changes, audience changes. There's not one answer, lots of nuance. Yeah, 100%. Where else can we do hunts? Let's see. Wait, does Golden Key have hunts? I don't remember. Pretty sure, right? Any place there's like a restaurant, usually.
Here we are.
We made it.
Dragon's Dogma 2 and Monster Hunter Wilds still did very well for Capcom, yeah. Even Capcom's like more lackluster stuff, unless we're talking about like Exoprimal or whatever the fuck it's called, that's still done pretty well, right?
Welcome to Golden Key.
I think one of the moments I had with
Welcome back.
Resident Evil Requiem that I wouldn't say that I've had with like Final Fantasy, but I want to have with Final Fantasy again, that I think is possible, is that I think that
Here is the local lineup.
I think Final Fantasy needs to have like that
Much obliged.
how should I say? When I play Requiem, it's like every Resident Evil game ever made is represented by Requiem. You know what I'm saying? Like every RE game ever
Much obliged.
is like part of Requiem. And so it feels like the culmination of the entire series. And I think that actually like a lot of past Final Fantasies have felt that way.
Much obliged.
And so, or not a lot, but I think like Final Fantasy 6, for example, felt that way. And then 7 felt that way again. And so I think the only way they get there is by, you know, taking what they've done so far and like working up to create something special like that. Can we feed this cat with the fish that we already have? No, because it wants us to fish over there at that spot. And then feed it, I think. Yep, Requiem is a love letter to the entire franchise. Right. And so sometimes it feels like you're playing RE2 and RE7. And then it also feels like RE4 and RE8. And it basically feels like every Resident Evil game ever made all in one place. It's the coolest fucking shit ever. In some ways, I would say that 7R's combat kind of does that. I think that 7R's combat can like definitely feel like the culmination of every Final Fantasy before it. Has elements of Final Fantasy 12, of Kingdom Hearts, of the original 7.
Tracks. Ignis, we're going.
On my way.
You know?
Real nice here.
Yeah.
Right, and there's that balance is something that FF used to have.
We're in the money. We're in the money.
We're outnumbered. I propose we take them out one by one. Could you propose a way to finish this
Careful! Don't let him get you!
Oh, wait, are they both? That was so dramatic. Holy fuck.
Thought you'd never ask! Here I am! Gotcha! Nice work, Radio.
Yep. Seafood would make you happy, especially something this big. One thing in size will have lost in flavor. That's what you're hung up about? Impressive. Yep.
Wait, is this both hunts in one place? Oh, it is. Holy shit. Okay.
How about this?
Stomach's rumbling.
Let's wrap it.
Radio. Nice work, Gladio. Let's go, fellas. Ready.
Nice. Nice. Oh. Yo, there's a lot of like little dudes here. Okay.
Watch yourself, knocked. I know.
Yo, a summon at night? Who could it be? Let's find out. It's gonna be fucking Garuda again, I bet you. Ah! It's always Garuda. Even when I'm not dying, bro. Garuda just shows the fuck up. But yeah, sure, bro. I really need help killing those alligators, so why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? That shit feels so unnecessary every single time. Holy shit. It's almost morning, I think. I can't tell if it's morning or the storm just... Okay, it's not morning.
You want to make camp?
Could crash right here.
You can remain awake long enough to eat.
Significantly increases strength and magic, but drastically reduces maximum HP. This one just tends to be the best that we have so far. Same feeling when you get to transform in FF9 without wanting to, so you end up nuking a wolf or something. Yeah. Yeah, I know. And it's like so crazy. It's like, damn, bro. I didn't mean to do all that to you. This is what fighting in the open world looks like in this game.
Hey, this one's pretty good.
I know. I dig it too.
Yeah, I assume Yuzora is owned by Ditney, but we'll see.
I wish Ignis would get off my back.
He'd ease up if you could just get up in the morning. A cure for sleeping in. All right. Crack of dawn tomorrow. We train at the beach.
It used to be like this big deal that Noctis would sleep,
No doubt
because
about
his
it.
sleeping was kind of
a
like
new man.
unnatural, essentially. But now, in the final game, because they cut all the stuff mostly about sleep,
I know just the place. Come on.
now it's just like, he's just lazy. But he wasn't supposed to be lazy. That wasn't like supposed to be the thing. It was that, well, who's to say? But it's a big part of Versus' story. And it was described that he looked dead while he was sleeping. Sleep is also like a very big thing in Nomada's story, so...
Do exactly.
We're going for a run. Nice and simple.
What? That's all?
Try saying that when your lungs are ripe to burst. Sand's tough to run on. There's no better way to improve stamina, and no better time to do it than first thing in the morning.
I mean, he literally named the game Birth by Sleep, yeah.
Race with stakes.
Very obvious that that's a big thing for him.
Me every day.
I can't lose, can I?
That there's the goal. Now let's get started.
Vonti, thank you for the super chat. Stay where you are, turn on the stamina bar.
Go.
Oh. I guess I have it off.
Damn, he's quick for his size.
Hey, you trying to lose?
Can't keep up. can barely lift my legs off the sand.
He says, as I outrun him. As I outrun Gladio, I mean, but...
Hey, you're not doing so bad.
Well, this is certainly easier than Riku. Holy shit. Fucking Riku in KH1.
There's no way Stacks can complain when you come back to camp this early. Encrusted in sand. Make sure you act nice and smug when you see him.
Yeah. If this doesn't shut Ignis up, I don't know what will. I gotta say, though, it's kind of nice at this hour.
Even if that's all you take from this, that's good enough for me. Come on. Let's go. Good hustle out there.
Yeah, I know. I'm awesome.
Nice. 20 fucking AP. Let's go. Actually, let's grab some of these elements real quick. Angel God Island is such a striking visual, yeah. I feel like this game has a lot of that. One thing I didn't like about 16 was the main visual set piece of the game was the crystals, right? So every environment you went to, like being able to see the crystal in the distance was the kind of big deal. The problem is, though, is that you were basically destroying the beauty of the game's world
Better than this.
as things progressed, and
I
so
suppose not.
it kind of sucked because the most beautiful aspect of the game was the thing that you were there to remove. It kind of felt like you were destroying the beauty of that world in a sense. You were destroying one of the things that made it beautiful and unique, which was the crystal. So ah, shit.
This shouldn't take long.
This will be over in a flash.
Great sword's awesome. Pre-16, I was hoping we'd be seeing landmarks in the distance and then adventure towards reaching them, but it never turned out that way. Yeah, and in fact, you see like awesome landmarks sometimes, and then you can't actually go to them, or they're just kind of dungeon set pieces that you run by, but they're not actually interactive parts of the world. Which, at least with this game, other than the second half, which they actually did intend to make interactable worlds, it just, unfortunately, because of the mandate, they were not able to do that. But, yeah. 16's in-game world state was very underwhelming. I think the purple Primogenesis lighting, whatever the fuck it's called, like, ruined the fucking beauty of that game's world so bad. Like, it made Valisthea look so ugly. I think it was kind of a mistake. They wanted something that, like, kind of symbolized, like, the end of days or whatever, but it just did not visually look good. It didn't look cool. Like, it actually looked actively bad to me in most cases.
You really are dependable. A fine show. What do you feel like like having today. No end of headaches, this lot.
Oh, wait. Did I not get these two? Oh, shit.
Thank you for your patronage.
I think World of Ruin was a mistake in this game, too. To be honest. Like, I don't think that they should have done World of Ruin here. They tried to do, like, a World of Ruin-esque thing with 16 as well.
Gotta love that smell, though, right?
And I don't think that worked either. World of Ruin is an awesome thing to do when you're making a Super Nintendo game, and redoing the whole world isn't as... I mean, even on a Super Nintendo game, it's still pretty crazy, but like, you know, relative to like a AAA 3D video game by modern standards, it's really tough because you have to redo so much to like actually make that impactful, that I don't know if it's worth it in most cases. Oh, wait. Is it not technically nightfall yet? So then, like, will the hunt not... The current bounty only comes out at night. Wait till nightfall, or... Brother, I waited till nightfall. What is this if not nightfall?
Is it evening already?
Time flies when you're having fun.
Okay, tell you what, actually. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and we'll wait until that's nightfall. If the enemies start attacking me, chat, pick up the controller and fight them for me. Okay, thanks. Okay, let's see if they spawned. They did not spawn. What the fuck? Oh, they're spawning now. Okay, there we go. Damn. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Well, actually, while we're here, no, it'll bug the game. In some cases. What the fuck? Dude, fighting goblins is like an example of like what I mean by like mobs in this game, and shit just be happening like all at once. And it's just like, wow, okay.
How about this?
Damn it.
Oh fuck, I missed the button.
You like that? Outstanding. Yep. Gotcha.
Like, they just be like running wild and shit, and it's like, damn, bro. I don't know. The way mobs work in this game is like so kind of weird to me. Okay, let's see. Mobs in FF15 make mobs in KH3 look tame in comparison. In KH3, mobs do have issues with telegraphing too. Yeah, they do. You want a game with like really good mobs from Square? I mean, and I hate to say it because it's always the answer, but Kingdom Hearts 2, brother. Kingdom Hearts 2. The mobs in that game are so well designed. Like, there's so much intention with every mob design in that game, and you realize it when you play the game on critical, like just how well designed all the mobs are. It's great.
Locked rules. No big deal. Out of the way. Ignis. We're on the same page. Yeah. Gotta love it.
Sometimes like cool moments happen in combat, and then the camera just doesn't let you see that. Really frustrating.
Oh, glad that's over. Let's go back and play video games.
Go back where?
To our hotel room?
Not gonna happen.
Huh?
I think that's like the funny part about Square's games is that like a lot of the times the issues with one game they've already fixed in another game, they've already addressed, and then they forget that that's a thing that's in like one of their own games, and then they just don't implement it anywhere. Like this game, right? Like Kingdom Hearts has potion limits for how many you could take in a game into a battle, right? But then they don't implement it here. Kingdom Hearts also had solutions for like elemental weaknesses and such like that in an action game system, and then 16 just doesn't use it for whatever reason. And so I don't know, they're always like, there's always an answer to all of these things, and then they never fucking do any of it. Have you fought the demon wall in this game? I don't think I have yet.
Welcome back. You really are dependable.
NSP that may have a lot to do with the C-load dev team approach, or solo dev team approach, maybe. Fortunately, the newest CEOs said things that sound like they'll have more quality standards crossover between the teams with their current restructure. Yeah. The teams just very obviously don't share enough information on like what works and what doesn't. It's like very painfully obvious. And I just think that all their games would benefit so much if they communicated. Like the fact that CS 1 and 3 are both Final Fantasy dev teams. The Final Fantasy dev teams themselves don't really communicate all that much.
Greetings, sir. We could crash right here.
Is actually kind of fucking ridiculous. All these things KH3 alone has and 16 doesn't. It's mind-boggling to say the least, brother.
Isn't what? Just
CS1 and CS3 for like they're two separate companies that just so happen to work on the same franchise. Yeah, and it gets even weirder because at least in scenarios like that, you know, they both report back to like one guy or like one company. But like the way CS1 and CS3 currently are, it's like they can basically just do whatever the fuck they want with the brand as long as they're the ones working on it. And that's made things really disjointed. Square pioneered one of the greatest action systems, and then 16 proceeded to invent something new and worse. I don't understand. And they had the Kingdom Hearts team, dude. They had them like right there. I think that's what's more mind-boggling to me about it. It's just that, like, it wasn't a mystery, you know? None of this stuff was. Biggest issue is that it was too easy. Well, if you play it once and then you play it a second time, then the third time it unlocks a bunch of optional challenges where the game is actually hard. So all you have to do, and because like they don't like you saying that for whatever reason, all you have to do is actually just complete the game and then play Final Fantasy mode, and then you can unlock the first Ultimaniac challenge, and then you can go back and play the rest of Final Fantasy mode, and then you can unlock more of the challenges, and then you basically have to complete all the Final Fantasy mode. So yeah, you're still basically completing it twice. I don't know why that nuance is like, some people like freak out if you but more or less, if you want to do all the Ultimaniac challenges, you need to complete the game twice, and then you get to do all of the dungeons again a third time, but this time they're actually hard. It is weird how we nearly got KH coded combat in 2 games and it just didn't happen. Right. Yeah, I know. It's like something like really close to it, but then also wasn't. Can I just like... I'm pretty sure are there hunts here? I don't know.
Mind helping me with some shopping, Pronto?
Not at all.
Yeah, it's weird because 7R combat is like
Looks like you could use
both the most and the least KH in a lot of ways.
What can I tell you about?
Gaming and Books, thank you so much for the super chat, man. A little money for an HD 2D Final Fantasy game, even though I know you don't make them. Well, shit, bro. Maybe I'm going to make one now. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. You're the best. Oh, dang. That's some really good food.
I dare say I could make this at camp.
Yeah, an HD 2D Final Fantasy game would make a lot of sense, but
Want to put your skills to the test?
I know that most people would just point you to like Octopath Traveler, and I guess that's fair enough. But I am surprised they haven't done one that was like specifically Final Fantasy brand.
This the unlucky bastard.
Come to think of it.
Take care now.
FF9R is KH on the surface, like they're both hack and slash. Both are worked on by Nomada, but I feel like other than that, they don't play like each other. Yeah, no, they play like completely different. They're both kind of within like the same subgenre of like command RPG action hybrid, but then they're also like the actual action in the games is different. I think Team Asano have actively wanted to avoid doing FF, so it might be hard to find someone. No, yeah, I think that they do not want to do a Final Fantasy game. I think Team Asano is more concerned with their own brand, and I think that's for the better because Team Asano's brand is killer right now. They have a solid, dedicated fan base of about 1 or 2 million people who very consistently buy their games, and I think that's awesome.
Thanks for the ride. We'll meet again.
Hang on, Biggie!
My pleasure.
See, I wouldn't mind the magic hurting the boys so much if when like you threw the magic they tried to get out of the way or something like that, or there was just some type of mechanic that made more sense around it. But unfortunately, the boys just kind of stand there as you do it, and it doesn't feel like you're being punished for like not doing some command or like mechanic correctly. It just feels like you're punished for using magic in general by hurting your boys, which I do feel sucks. I don't like that aspect of it. Also, guys, I have to admit, I love slop. I've been playing the City of Duellum still. I was playing some this morning, and I'm sad to say I still really enjoy playing the game. Not sponsored, by the way, I promise. It just really is fun and addictive to play. Maybe like the first gacha to like really get me, honestly, mostly because of the multiplayer aspects. The gacha curse got him, kind of did, bro. But I'm so good at the game. I was playing with Baby Seal, and because I haven't had time to play, I'm still in like silver, right? And he is in diamond. And I was not only winning against diamond players, I was like, in many cases, the second best player, like, in the rounds. I was so blown away. I was like, dang, I really am good at this game, because not only do they have more UR abilities than me and stuff too, but because the game has RPG mechanics, they're more leveled up than I am. And I was still able to hang with them and be like one of the better players. So wait, actually, oh, it's over there. Where's the chocobo? Where's the chocobo, brother? Where's the chocobo?
Is it dangerous after dark around here?
Most likely. We'd best ponder our lodgings as we go.
Brother. Bro, being good in that game means getting jumped by 2 people every match for me. No, actually, so the thing is when I'm playing against diamond players, because their stats are so much higher than mine, I actually straight up can't PvP them. But that's okay because my lightning is a support build. And so I basically make it so she doesn't even need to PvP. She can straight up just brave farm and that's it.
Seems we found out what we were looking for.
Wow, that did fuck all. Okay.
Well, here we are.
When in doubt.
Nice work, Gladio.
Yep.
What the fuck? Yo, this is so miserable to fight. Holy shit. It's okay to be confused and use Armiger, because being normal and using Armiger is also confused. Like, you're already, like, warping around in directions that you don't intend to be warping into. Yo! Holy fuck. Save me.
Looks like he lost his marbles.
Back with us?
Better than ever.
Must be some kind of toxin.
Get your act together. Thanks for that.
Also dislike that you can't switch characters whenever there's a status effect. Like, there's not really a good reason for that.
Be right over.
Fuck, bro. No. I'm getting beat up. I know. I'm getting bullied at the spelling bee. Wait, fuck. Did this undo everything? Both of the quests? Did it undo both of the hunts? Damn, bros. I should have used the potion. Did it undo both? Oh my god.
Boys. Looks like you could use a good meal. Of course.
I'm so pissed. It did. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh, bros have weak weapons? Okay. Let's see if we can get them something better.
Just a tick.
Prompto, I know for sure, has shit weapons right now.
I dare say I could make this at camp.
The neighborhood's nasties. This the unlucky bastard?
You know, there's a mod for this game that lets you summon at will.
It's in your hands.
You have to use like summon items.
Don't get
But
hurt.
basically it lets you summon like whenever you want to. It's pretty cool. But unfortunately, there's no way to use that and it not be broken. Just due to the nature of...
Our wares.
No, I could totally use a Phoenix down. Oh, we already have all the weapons here. But, I didn't want to use any... I don't want to use any items. We're trying to minimize our item usage in this game. Or in this run, I should say. We're meant to be experiencing Final Fantasy 15 combat as it is, I guess not supposed to be, because it's supposed to be that you could use items. But essentially the game kind of makes it so that items are a little bit too abusable. And so we want to not do that.
Rather sultry.
Yeah.
Is there no way to speed down ladders in 15? That's kind of crazy. Not that there's a terrible number of ladders in this game, but... Okay, I want to go back for the bees first. And then we'll go back to the other quest. No, I don't want to use anything else. It's fine. That's fine. Let's see if we can blow him up. Yeah, with enough potions, you can break this game. And there should have been, like, a rule on how many potions and such you can take into battle. Something like that should have been part of this game, for sure.
Seems we found what we were looking for. Seems we found what we were looking for.
Oh, fuck. They're not weak to electricity. I don't know why I assumed that they were. Wow, okay. And I already can't.
Sorry to break this up.
What the fuck did you hit, bro? What did you even hit?
No one, Mr. Nice Guy.
Ignis, what the fuck are you doing? Okay. Thank you.
Oh, great. Flomso's off his rocker.
That's great.
Up for more.
Gladio.
Do your fucking job. Thank you.
Together.
Where is the one with little health? Oh, it's that one. There we go. Okay. That takes one down.
Sorry to break this up. Looks like you lost his marbles.
Thank you.
Let's see. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't even like switch to Prompto right now for whatever reason. Maybe because he's poisoned and confused and maybe a little stupid, and so we can't use him. Awesome. Gladio. Average work, Gladio. Fuck me. Is no one gonna come? Fuck it, I'm not doing this again. Use a potion.
Keep your head in the game, Iggy.
How on the cup?
Are you serious? Fuck it, I don't want to risk it.
One time. Sure thing. Bingo.
My pleasure.
I was completely out of it.
One false move and we're done for.
We can turn the tide yet.
Now, coming up. Nice work.
Alright, boys, we're in the home stretch.
Don't go down.
This is such a miserable fight. Holy fuck.
Close for comfort.
I'm comfortable just being alive.
What a miserable ass fight.
Easy now.
This B fight is harder than Arden. I know. No kidding. It looked not so fun. It was not so fun, to be honest. And that's the thing about this game's combat, is that sometimes it does work and it does feel good, and when that happens, it's awesome. But then sometimes it's like, sometimes it's horseshit, and it's just like a ton of like swatting around and shit, and it doesn't feel good. And so, wow, I just got hit with the, you're low on disk storage. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Nah, it's okay. I've recorded enough for today. Yeah, so apparently Arden was supposed to have a monster form. If you guys didn't know.
Wow.
How much disk space? Dude, I probably got like 20 gigabytes left on my main drive. Right now. Mostly because I'm recording footage for this game. I transfer it to my external after the stream. But yeah, I have to like record in super high quality, and then it gets transferred over. So I just need some storage on the main drive so that.
Roger.
Nice. I still think this mechanic was better in episode Dusky.
Of course.
But it's pretty tight here. Gladio. I should put regroup on for Ignis, because that's actually a great ability, especially for when your allies are in danger. Pretty good ability.
Sorry to break this up.
Nice work, Gladio.
Even our best still isn't good enough.
Now with that attitude, it is. All right, we're done here.
Sweet. Arden not having a monster form was very odd with how he had the weird Scourge smile. Yeah, and the fact that he absorbed all of the demons. Right? Think about that, right? He absorbed all the demons, and then he has no monster form. Final Fantasy villains have had, like, a monster form for way less. Much less. But to absorb all of the demons and not have a monster form, maybe not all of the demons, but a lot of them. I assume he didn't get one because Nomura didn't get to draw one before he left. Well, Arden wasn't made by Nomura anyway. He was made by Ferrari. But the reason he probably didn't is the reason everything else in Final Fantasy 15 is the way it is, and that is,
welcome back.
They just didn't fucking have time, and they cut the monster
That
for
was a great help.
it. Was supposed to exist for sure, and we know this, but
I knew you had it in you.
yeah, most FF villains, they get like a monster form just because they want one, like badly enough. Like,
let's get a nice meal in.
And then he doesn't. It's actually kind of crazy.
Like you.
Rank 5 or higher. You think there's concept for his monster form? No question. No question. I'm sure they even got like a decent way into it before deciding not to do it. There's probably a design for it. There's probably a model for it. Probably some animations. Probably just not implemented. Yeah, I'd love to see Ferrari do designs for 17 too. 17 as well, not 17-2.
Let's go shopping.
Works for me.
So how's it going, boys?
They need to release the 15 files.
I can tell you all about the area. These
For
nasties
real,
here
bro.
have been a real pain in the rear. Much obliged. Stay alert.
Roberto did 2D art for KH3, replying to the guy in YouTube chat. Oh, really? That's fucking awesome.
We could crash right here.
There's so much cut from FF15 in the 11th hour just to make 2016. I mean, dude, if they had one more year, I think that they would have made a much more well-received game. But yeah, a lot of stuff was cut at the very last second. And a lot of it was like mostly done. And that's what's like so upsetting about it all, is that a lot of it was just like mostly done, And if they had a little bit more time, it could have been in the game, but they were just like, nope, cut it. Hit up Ascension? Oh, true, King. True. We got some points. Our magic is super underwhelming. Oh. But, Gain AP for using Elemancy. That's something we use. Resort more? Nah, I'm good. Armature gain from attacks. We already have that one. Reduce. Gain AP for Armature. No, let's look at the boys. Let's look at techniques. Multiple enemies using firearms. Okay. Wait, don't we already have Dawn Hammer? I'm confused. Okay. Deal damage to 2 enemies. Okay. Depletes tech bar by 1. Ambush enemies with a frontal sweeping greatsword attack. Look at all these. Add a tech bar when Noctis suffers damage. That seems really solid. Okay. Dawn Hammer is definitely mastered now. Here's some shield shockwave, depletes tech bar by 2. Let's try out Cyclone. Honestly, regroup is the best thing for you. I think Gravisphere is pretty tight.
Make tracks. Chop chop, Prompto.
There in a jiffy.
Bro. Fucking same button as jump.
Let's go.
Okay. This game was meant to be the GOAT. I know. And if they finished it, dude, it probably would be. Like, and even with like the clunky combat and everything else in it, and like the number of mechanics that kind of just in the game, like the game has like so many things going on with it mechanically. All that stuff aside, like how messy some of the design is, I think if they just finished the story, this would still be considered like one of the best Final Fantasy games of all time. Like nothing else had to be finished or complete. Everything else could have been patched in later. If they just finished the story, this game would have been in everybody's top 3 Final Fantasies of all time. Hell, even unfinished, it almost did before SC decided to stab it in the back. Yeah, I think if they finished Dawn of the Future, it still would have been in most people's top 3s even, or top 4 or 5s at least. But yeah, unfortunately, that is not the game that we got.
You ready?
Biggie.
Fuck.
Nice guy.
Will Gravisphere work on them? Kinda.
I'm impressed. Bronco, right here.
Yo! Why? Why am I getting a summon right now? No, I'm not gonna take it. I'm not gonna take it. It's gonna be more Garuda slop anyway, even if I do take it.
Here we go. Over here.
That attack does like no damage. What the fuck?
Thanks.
But that's pretty cool. Yo, are you serious? This isn't a particularly challenging fight. It doesn't feel like cheating. Fuck it. Let's just see who we get. It better not be fucking Garuda. Oh my god, it's fucking Garuda. Bro. I regret fucking unlocking Garuda. I regret unlocking Garuda. You will never see the other summons ever again if you get Garuda. It's so unbelievable. Garuda breaks your ability to see the other summons. Ah, yeah, summons you have no control over. Yeah, I guess, like... I guess you could, like, kind of argue, maybe, that, there are, like, you know, summons in, like, older Final Fantasy games kind of just show up and disappear. And so this is just like that. But the problem is that they show up and then they deal so much damage. You don't control when you use them. There's no cost to using them because it's random. Even when I'm not dying, they still show up and destroy everything. How would you rank 15 combat compared to 7R and 16? Okay, so 7R is gold standard of Final Fantasy action combat. Like, there's nothing better than that. So next to 7R, it's shit. With 16, it's a little weird because 16's combat is more polished and more refined in every way. And for most people, I think will be objectively better. But I actually have more fun fucking around in this game's combat than I do playing 16's combat. And I think part of that is because
whenever you're hungry.
This game, I don't think I have anything from the Garuda quest equipped, but I don't know. I'll have to check. But yeah, I kind of just enjoy fucking around in this game a lot more. And part of the reason why is I think I was wrong in my estimations before 16 came out, where I was like, oh, it's okay if we don't have party members, because then we can just focus on having one character we can control. I think that was the wrongest I've ever been. I do think that Final Fantasy is about teamwork. I think it's about like you and your homies, and y'all work together in order to overcome adversities in life. And I think the whole point of Final Fantasy, to me, or a big part of Final Fantasy, is that you can't do it alone, right? And that is part of it being a JRPG, yes. But even outside of that, I just think that, like, it's more meaningful for the story for you to not be able to do it alone, for you to have to work with others. Like, that's a good message. That's cool. And like a AAA video game, especially, I think, there's not many AAA games where you're with a party, you know, and it's not like an online game and you have to work with a group of characters together and synergize. Really, it's just JRPGs. And so for, I don't know, like a AAA JRPG to exist, first of all, is also insane. Final Fantasy kind of has the market on that. But then also just the fact that like, you know, there's just not many other AAA games where you control all the characters and you have to work together in order to overcome adversities. And I think that's what makes Final Fantasy special and the JRPG genre special. So I don't know. Maybe I'm full of fucking shit, chat. I don't know. But I think we're gonna end the stream there because I have to go cook dinner. If you know me, for dinner we're having chicken thighs because I cook chicken thighs every single day. I'm not even kidding, by the way. I literally do cook chicken thighs almost every single day. But that's what I eat like 90% of the time. Because why wouldn't I eat chicken thighs every day? That's how I stay lean. I can't do white meat. I'm sorry. It's just too dry. I need dark meat. But I eat that, and I eat sweet potatoes, broccoli. And it's amazing every single time. I also have avocado for my fats. Get a cookbook? No, what the fuck? There's only one thing I need to eat, and it's chicken. There's two things I need to eat. Also, there's salmon. I hear you, but the icons fights kind of blow FF15. Anything FF15 has that out of the water. To be fair, those are limited to boss fights. This is going to be super controversial. I think the icon fights are cool spectacle, but I don't think they're like particularly like great gameplay. In most cases, I think the only ones that were great gameplay were maybe Leviathan, and part of the Titan fight. But like, as cool as the Bahamut fight is, it's not Apex gameplay when the Bahamut fight is happening. It's Apex spectacle. But mostly, like, most of the icon fights are like dodge laser, and that's like the mechanic that you're dealing with. And that's not to say that 15 has brilliant mechanics for its boss fights either. Because 15 certainly doesn't have brilliant fucking boss fights. But for as much clout as the icon fights get, I think that like most of that comes from the cutscene part. It's not from the actual fight design of those battles. Like the actual fight design of those battles is very much dodge laser. Yeah, I think I would have rather that money have been spent on making the world more interactable and more interesting than what it was. But yeah, I do agree though that the icon fights are definitely better than like what this game's summon fights are. Like the fight against Titan is like literally parrying feet, and not in like a cool Sekiro way. And so yeah, it is unfortunate. Yeah, I do think that I think that, again, I think 16's combat is more refined, but I do think that 15's combat gets a little bit closer to what like Final Fantasy means to me. And as I reflect on that, I do think that like you have to have playable party members. Or at the very least, party members that matter for it to be Final Fantasy for me. I do think that that's actually a line that can't be crossed. For a numbered Final Fantasy title. For spin-offs like Lightning Returns and Crisis Core, it's fine. But I think for a mainline numbered title, I do think you have to play as the other characters. That being said, actually, Lightning Returns also would have been better if you could have played as the other characters. And Crisis Core also would have been better if you could play as the characters. But those weren't mainline titles, so it's fine. But I do think you have to work with people in order for it to be Final Fantasy. And I don't even think that should be like a super controversial take. Like, I do think that, like, we have 15 games where you work together with people, and then we have one game where you don't. So I would say the 15 games where you do have to work together with others, way heavier than the one that you don't. Crisis Core didn't even have other characters. What would you play as? Sephiroth, you play as like Infantry Cloud. I don't know. But it would have been interesting though. Actually, Crisis Core in general would have been a more interesting game if it was from Sephiroth's perspective, I think. Like, if they were going to do an FF7 prequel, I would have rather it been young Sephiroth's story, which we're kind of getting now, and the first soldier via Ever Crisis, but I think that would have been like the better Crisis Core to me than like the Crisis Core that we got, but and you could have definitely made that like a brutal Devil May Cry style action game, and that would have been fucking awesome too. I would have very much enjoyed that. The party is the thing that originally set FF apart from Dragon Quest. It is one of the defining elements of the series, yeah. It's so funny that people are like, well, FF didn't invent parties, so it's not like it's that unique. But I'm like, motherfucker, Zelda didn't invent fucking puzzles. Are puzzles not part of Zelda's identity? Because it wasn't like the first thing to ever invent puzzles, you fucking moron. But this is what people on like dumbass Twitter will actually argue. And you see it like all the time when like you say that like, oh, party actually matters. And like, no, party doesn't matter because Final Fantasy didn't even invent parties. And it's just like, what the fuck are you saying? You don't have to invent something in order for it to be part of your identity. Part of my identity is that I like working out. I didn't invent it. I didn't invent working out. I'm not the first guy for working out to be part of his identity. I'm not the only meathead in the world, but that is it's part of who I am and what I enjoy. You don't have to be the very first person ever to do that thing for it to be part of who you are and be a core fundamental. Like, people are so stupid. Like, it's so stupid, dude. Like, I can't even believe, like, some of the arguments I see on this stuff. So, yes, having a party, I do think is part of FF's core identity. I was very much wrong in the lead up to 16 when I said that, like, nah, I can be without it. We don't need to babysit party members. Fucking L take. I still say that overall, I look back on my career, all the takes I had, that's like the biggest L take I've ever had. 100%. I was trying to be optimistic about the new FF. I was wrong on that front. That's not true. No one worked out before NSP exists. That's true. I was the first guy to do a bench press. 100%. I'm still the one that can do the most on the bench press too. That I invented, by the way. I still can't get over the fact over how KH3 has fundamentally more FF elements despite not having any major FF characters return in its base game. But conceptually, its combat is more Final Fantasy than FF16. Yeah, actually, unironically, 100%. Unironically, 100%. Like, actually and truly, that is the case. Like, not even a question. Okay, I think we'll end the stream there, guys. And it's a good point to end. We'll do more hunts next time, and then I think we'll try to make it to Altissia next time. No promises, because I might just want to do more hunts. Because I want to see more of the world, and because we're doing a re-review, I want to have a lot of the world be present. So we might start open world maxing like a little bit more. to round things off. But I think I'm at a point now where going to Altisha, maybe, if not next stream, the stream after that. Okay, love you guys so much. See you all next time. Later, people. Peace.